I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head, but we're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Kareniak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
that is
and
the
getting her
best
done.
shit fucking
You know, shopping
ever.
for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that like playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good evening, people. Clubber, wait, before you get into there, bro. Don't hold on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, now you can like lay down wherever you want, but I want to be able to stretch my feet, dude. Okay, you want to come up here? You want to come say hi? Come here. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Here he is. Say hi. Say hi. He's a good boy. What a good boy. Yeah, you didn't get to see him yesterday because he was so tired. He'll be going to bed soon, though. DK, thank you so much. DK became a YouTube member. Right on. Yeah, so guys, tonight, I mean, I think we're just gonna kick it, dude. Like, I don't have anything real profound to talk about. Like, last night was kind of a mind blower, dude. You know what I mean? Like, last night was a lot. And then Melanie Little was live today, and she went over like even more stuff. Like, I never saw the report from Tully when he questioned when he interviewed the fake victim. I never saw that. And then so like I logged off because I was like, oh my god, I want to be able to react to it. But I still don't have it, so it's whatever. So yeah, we're just gonna hang out, man. And I stumbled onto old Plevin earlier, and I was like, yeah, man, I think I'll go live. Because today, what I was trying to do today was I was trying to like just like chill, like recover from vacation. Like I got sick and I didn't even like I didn't even like normally it's the weirdest thing. Okay, it's not the weirdest thing actually. Because every man is like this. Every man, I don't care who the fuck you are. You're like this. Every American who's spoiled by middle class, lower middle class, even we're like this. Sarah and Shock and Horror gifted 10 memberships. Oh my god, Sarah and Shock and Horror. Thank you. That's amazing. So the every man gets like me. I'm a total bitch. Like straight up. I'm not even trying to lie. When I get sick, I'm groaning. Like I'm like, oh, I don't even want to move. I'm eating soup. If I'm with a woman at that time, I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing shit. I'm not making my own soup. Normally, I'm just like, I'm so, please, babe, please. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. All right, I'll go make you some fucking soup. And I'm like, oh, that's me when I'm sick. But like, and I think this is most men. Now, amazing enough, like the cool thing about that is every time I've been with a woman and gotten sick like that, and then she took care of me, she got sick, but kicked ass while she was sick, like just to kind of rub it in my face how much of a bitch I am when I'm sick. You know what I mean? Which is straight. I mean, it's fair. It's totally fair. So but yeah, like women just like they kick ass. I'm telling you, women are tougher than men. Like this whole, thing that they're frail. Now, obviously, you can't stick a fucking dude in a UFC ring because they decided to they wanted to be a woman, or that they were a woman. Excuse me. Just because of that happening, you can't that's different. What I'm talking about is like the ability to like take pain. I worked in a tattoo shop for like 10 years and men like will bitch and complain and pass out and and women will just lay there and get their tattoo. Almost always. It's pretty consistent. Thank you so much, Lindsay G. It's pretty consistent. Like a dude will like I remember this one day he got like a scorpion. My buddy Mike, he was tattooing him, and he got like a tribal scorpion, and he wanted it right here, and so Mike wasn't thrilled about doing the tribal scorpion, but money's money, and he's gonna give him the best tattoo he can give him. And the guy gets the outline done. And what's funny is this happens often, so Mike was like ready for it. And he gets the outline done. Time for a smoke break, right? I'm just sitting there because I'm a piercer, and when there's no customers. And so the man flu, totally. It's so bad. And you guys go through menstruation and all that, dude. That is fucking, you guys are amazing. It's just fucking crazy. It's crazy. So this dude, sure enough, man, Mike finishes the outline on this thing, just the outline, right? He's still got to do, he's still got to do the coloring in, but he just wanted the shading. And the guy gets the outline, and he's one of those guys, check himself out in the mirror. Like, he's doing this strictly for fashion purposes. He wants to work for Bang Brothers, and you know what I mean? He's one of those guys, dude. He smells like Drakkar, Axe, these guys. And he gets the outline, and sure enough, stands in the mirror, and he's like, "Hey, bro, I think it kind of looks good like that, bro." Right?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Terry Workman, thank you so much. You rock. Thanks for everything you do. Thank you. So yeah, he's like, "Hey, bro, I think it looks good like that, bro. Don't you think it looks good like?" "Nah, bro." That's Mike immediately. "Nah, bro. Sit down, bro." Everybody says bro a lot in Miami, so, "Nah, bro. Sit down, bro." "What you mean, bro? Like, I'm just saying, it just kind of, dude, no, you have to sit down." And then it's just like, he doesn't want to go through the pain. But then what happens is, and this is why Mike was like, "No, motherfucker, sit down. We're finishing this thing." And he already paid. You know what I mean? Money's up front. But he's like, "We're finishing this thing." And he's like, what happens is, now he didn't tell him this, but the guy just actually ended up just sitting down. He's like, "Trust me, dude. Of course you're going to reason with the guy." He's like, "Trust me, dude. It's going to look better. You're going to regret not getting it done and finishing it. And then you're just going to come in here probably and get me to finish it anyway. Just get it done now. It's a fucking tribal." So the guy, finally lies down. But the reason why he pushed so hard to finish is because, okay, the job, fuck you. You want to walk around with an unfinished tattoo, then fuck you. There's a downside to that for the artist and the shop, because what that dude's, you think that dude, that fucking bro, that dude is going to go around and tell people that he couldn't take the pain and he couldn't finish the tattoo? No, he's going to say, "That dude at that shop, fuck me, bro. Like, he's never going to finish this thing, bro. Fuck." You know what I mean? And that shit that's bad business. And no, no. But women will just, and I worked there during the time of the tramp stamp. Okay. All day long in Miami. Tramp stamp, tramp stamp, tramp stamp, butterfly on the lower back. butterfly on the lower back all fucking day. And then, you know, every once in a while they want a belly piercing. So they just laid there, like talking, making conversation, just, you know, whatever. Dudes are, bro, you gotta do that so hard, bro. Damn, bro. Bitching and moaning the whole goddamn fucking time. Like the tattoo artist will tell you, shut the fuck up, dude, because they're trying to work. You know how tedious tattooing is? You know, this shit is fucking tedious, dude. Like, it's got to be perfect. You're marking somebody for the rest of their life. It has to be fucking perfect. A good artist who prides themselves in their craft wants every tattoo to look perfect, meaning the line work completely and totally clean. Shading, everything on point, light sources correct, everything. So, you know, they can't go around. You're not going to fucking take that much interest in what you do and just have somebody fucking go around. I got off the subject though. But yes, women are better than men. Women are better than men. And for some reason, dude, like the one time I got sick, maybe it was just subconsciously because I was on vacation and there was just no goddamn way that I was going to spend it in bed. You know, I got up and I couldn't wait to go out and do stuff. And I mean, it helped to stay drunk the whole time. I you know, that probably had a lot to do with, I just stayed drunk through it. So, so that might have a lot to do with it. But I wanted to just lay in bed and recover today. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to lay in bed and recover. And then, but for some reason I still couldn't sit still. So, I walked Clubber a lot today, and it's still kind of rainy. It's still pretty rainy because of the hurricane. But nothing happened here where I live. But yeah. So we're gonna talk about Plevin, because I mean the dude is just. Let me just pull this up. Dude, yeah, man. Melanie Little's live was fucking fire today, dude. That shit was amazing. All right.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Wrestler's mom, this is so fun. Thank you so much. My sleeve is almost done. My husband's isn't even halfway done. He says he doesn't have the time. Now a sleeve is fucking time consuming. You know what I mean? But all you got to do now, a lot of things factor in. We're going to get to Plevin, I promise, but I'm going to give Wrestler's mom her $5 worth here, because I'm going to play devil's advocate for your husband, because I don't know your husband. Okay. I don't know him. So I'm going to play devil's advocate. He's probably, you know, I imagine he works, so I'm sure he's got a schedule depending on what he does. Now, the thing is healing is a factor, because you can't let it get infected. You can't let it get, you know, anything happen to it. You don't want to lose color in it. You got to get it touched up later. So you got to be, you know what I mean? It's not just getting the tattoo in that time, but also taking care of it. So depending on what he does, if he works construction, it's probably not good to get a fucking fresh tattoo and have to go work fucking 8 to fucking 12 hours or 15 hours or whatever the fuck any given construction worker does, you know, digging ditches and doing God knows what. Fucking, it's dirty. The world is a dirty fucking place, and your tattoo is going to get infected. You know what I mean? So I'm saying, I don't know. He might have reasons why he can't, you know, beyond the time to schedule a sit down. You know, I mean, you can schedule a 3-hour session. You know what I mean? You can do that. 3 or 4 hour session, like that's okay. You can do that. But some people can't. Like, yeah, I know a couple people who probably can't, you know? Yeah, like, I mean, how many kids you got? You got like, if you got a bunch of kids, you know, like, I don't know what your schedule's like. Maybe you sit at home all day and that's why you go get your sleeve done. I'm just fucking with you. I mean, I'm just saying I don't know the circumstances. So I'm not going to sit here and say that your husband falls into that category. Really? Oh my God, dude. It's fantastic. It's fucking fantastic.
And
what is going on
here? All right. I promise you it's not very long. So just put up with me and let me read it for a second.
Hold on. It's a little dark in my mom's attic. Jesus, dude.
So this is uptitled, "The Media Gets Things Wrong. How to Be a Skeptic, but Not a Crackpot." When I think about the old adage that it's good to be open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brains fall out, the name that pops into my head is Brett Weinstein. Weinstein is an evolutionary biologist, formerly of Evergreen State College in Washington. In 2017, some faculty and student activists proposed a day of absence for white people on campus as a form of protest against racism. I do remember this. Weinstein objected.
Of course you do.
Saying that one's right to speak or to be.
What is the point of this?
Or to be must never. This is weirdly worded. One's right to speak or to be must never be based on skin color. In the ensuing blowup, his classroom was occupied by protesters accusing him of racism, and the campus was shut down due to threats. Their positions untenable, he and his wife, Heather, sued and then resigned in a $500,000 settlement from the college. It was generally unfair, and they were genuinely wronged for expressing a reasonable critique of campus activists. And I agreed with Weinstein, Brett Weinstein at the time, and I've seen him on, but there's more to this. So the writer, whose name is Jesse Singal. But since then, Weinstein has become a full-on conspiracy theorist. In his mild professorial voice, he has suggested that the October 7th Hamas terror attack in Israel may have been an attempt to divide the vaccine skeptic community. So I didn't hear this, but if it's true, it's nuts.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So Weinstein apparently has suggested that last year's October 7th Hamas terror attack, when they attacked those concert goers, was actually
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
actually an attempt to divide the vaccine
Tell him,
skeptic
Ron.
community, of which he is an ardent member. So to think that attack was about COVID vaccines is crazy. He also has said that China might be smuggling soldiers into the United States via the Darien Gap, and that Kamala Harris's earrings in the recent debate were designed to look like they might contain an earpiece feeding her the answers to the questions, so as to bait online sleuths, even though they were in fact just earrings.
What is
so? Yeah, that is a weird thing to say. So, but here's the thing. Rather than damaging his prospects, Weinstein's descent into crankery has allowed him to build a new career as a public intellectual. He co-hosts a successful podcast with his wife, has 1 million followers on X, and has almost 500,000 YouTube subscribers. He's established himself as a guru, treated with
cunt.
reverence by a large and growing fan base. Other even more prominent conspiracy theorists, including Tim Pool. I've heard of Tim Pool. I've never seen him, so I don't know if he's actually a conspiracy theorist.
Jesus Christ, dude. How the fuck do you not know who Tim Pool is, bro? Like, I don't even follow that shit. I know exactly who the fuck Tim Pool is, dude. Everybody knows who fucking Tim Pool is. Fuck are you talking about?
And you could have added Alex Jones.
You big dummy.
So, but this is a legitimate point, is that at some point, someone is saying something that is interesting. So, in fact, before I knew that Karen was going to come on with me tonight, one of the things that I went over, so I was listening to a Joe Rogan show the other day. I hadn't listened to Joe in a while, and I put on a show. I was doing laundry or working out or something. I wanted something to listen to, and I didn't even know what his expertise was. And he was a guy that claimed. No, I'm sure he was. He was.
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care.
The guy that was supposedly for 4 years the head of Psychology Today, and he supposedly has over the years published many mainstream peer-reviewed articles. And so he sounded credible to me. And then what he was talking about was this conspiracy by Google to determine how we think about any particular issue, particularly political issues, but a lot of other issues
Is
too.
this guy talking, dude?
And so far, so good to me.
This guy, I don't understand it. This guy was on court TV like almost every fucking night at the fucking ass end of the trial. And that shit got so many views. So many people were watching that shit. And I'll tell you something. Like, the question everyone asks is, well, how can somebody do that and not get any fucking channel build from that platform? How can that happen? And it's an easy answer, because this dude doesn't make any fucking sense. It's simple. Like, this dude talks out of his ass on a constant basis. It's not even an exaggeration. He just talks. So when he talks, people just see a dude in his mom's fucking attic running his mouth. That's all they see. They don't hear the words, because the view of what's going on, the reality of what's happening right there, the reality of what's happening right there screams so much louder than what he has to say. It's just that's what you hear. Logic and evidence. There's no substance to any fucking thing this guy says.
To me, I believed, okay, maybe this is happening. This guy sounds scientific. And then he started talking about how Google's...
He sounds scientific. To the average idiot, you sound scientific, bro. As a matter of fact, I'll put a twist on that. You sound scientific to me because of the science of how fucking the science of psychiatry and psychology is what is applied here. Because I am fascinated by somebody like you. I am absolutely fascinated. You are one of the most fascinating beings I have ever fucking laid my eyes on. What observing you is like observing fucking Bigfoot, dude. That's what it's like. It's like the social media version of Bigfoot. There's nothing like you. There's not even like, it's pretty insane. Like, you and Grant, this is the fucking, okay, this is the spin-off show of the Karen Reed, Stanja Birchmore, all of it. This is the spin-off show of all that. Okay? All of these things are a whole, like all of these cases are one whole story. This is the spin-off. This is the the carrots and peas. You know what I mean? Plevin, Grant, these are people that none other exist as. Like, I look at Grant and I go, there's something really fucking familiar about that guy. But I know that I've never, ever seen anything like him in my life. That's spooky. That's a fact. That's every time I see Grant Smith Ellis, I go, there's something fucking strangely familiar about him. But I know I've never seen anything like him in my fucking life. This dude is, if somebody fictionally made him as a character, they'd win an award. They'd win an award. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, just look back at Grant Smith Ellis. Footage that Tom CPU shot. That's all you need. Is just footage that Tom CPU shot. At pretrial hearings, trial hearings. That's all you need. Then you have the ones, Turtle Boy, whenever he starts going off on Turtle Boy. There's no human being on the planet like Grant Smith Ellis. There's no human being on the planet like Plevin. It's just not, this is why it's wild. This is like the flavoring of this case. And it doesn't need it. That's what's really funny about it. Please don't mistake me saying these things as though I feel like it's a necessary part of the dynamic. It's not. You could take Plevin, Grant Smith Ellis, and they could absolutely disappear from this case, and no one would give a shit. At best, people would be like, anybody seen Grant? No. Okay. Anybody seen Plevin? No. Oh, just haven't seen him in a while. All right. And then move the fuck on. That is a guarantee. I mean, people. This is what's it's like, and that aspect of it is what's very fascinating, you know? But they're so, yeah, like, how can you be so what's the word I'm looking for? So vibrant of a character, you know, so flavorful of a character, and be so irrelevant. I don't understand how that works. That's part of what makes it so fascinating. Because I love watching these guys, dude. I'm not trying to lie. I was hoping how dare you, sir? You guys are killing me. When I was in Boston the second time, I was hoping to meet Grant. I met Reddington, right? Kevin Reddington, isn't that his name? You guys know who he is, right? You guys know who he is? I'm looking at chat to see if anybody's like knows who the fuck I'm talking about. I feel like all I care, because honestly, I'm asking to see if I'm getting the name wrong. I'm not getting the name wrong. Okay, cool. So this fucking happened. So Tom is like, I had just been there. I was taking pictures and stuff like that with people, and then Tom is like, "Yo, look, that's Kevin Reddington up there, Glara." And he's like, and I go, "Hey, big fan," right? And he giggled, he laughed. I got a vibe. I'm pretty good at reading vibes on people, dude. He laughed and he seemed like a cool guy. I'm not trying to lie. I know people are like, "Oh my God, Jen McCabe's lawyer," blah, 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 blah. Listen, man, he's probably just one of those guys where like the money's green, whatever, fuck it. But I mean, it's his job, dude. You know what I mean? It's his job. Like, we're too spoiled by Jackson Yannetti, Bradle, Betterow, we're Melody Little. We're too spoiled by these ethical lawyers. People, that is a minority, folks. It is a minority that lawyers are fighting the good fight. We have to remember this. So, this dude is gonna, but I didn't think this guy was a bad guy. When we were inside the courtroom, yeah, I mean, he's a lawyer, Olivia Nile. I'm just saying the impression of him was funny. He comes up to me, he sits next to me, and he goes, what's up, dude? It's so funny. So he comes up to me in the courtroom and he sits next to me, and people kept asking me, like, what did Reddington say to you? So he comes up to me and he goes, hey, would it be awkward if I asked you for an autograph? And I'm sure he was being sarcastic, and I just started laughing, right? Then he goes like this. And he goes like this. Oh man, I hope fuck that. He told me, say whatever the fuck I want. He goes, I go, people were asking, what's he doing here? Like, he's walking all around the courtroom, and Aiden's hearing's about to start, and he's just walking around the courtroom, right? And people are like, what the fuck's he even doing here? Right. And so I took the opportunity and I asked him, since he sat down right next to me, and broke the mold, you know what I mean? And I was like, so what are you doing here? And he was like, oh, and then I realized, I was like, it's kind of a stupid question. I was like, you got another case? He's like, yeah. He's like, and I was like, oh, man, okay, cool. And he's like, yeah, some fucking psycho fuck. They got back there, fucking killed his wife and threw her in a pond. And I busted out laughing. And I can't believe I laughed at that. But I did, because I was just shocked that he, just blurted that out to me. So he's talking about the fucking husband that killed his wife and threw her in the fucking pond, dude. Like one of the Proctor's cases, right? They talked about it on the news. And I was like, I fucking busted out laughing. And I was like super uncomfortable immediately. And the bailiff looked over at us, and I was just like, oh man, I was like, you're gonna get me in trouble, dude. He was like, all right. And he got up and went about his shit. But he was a funny guy. What do you want me to do? He was a funny guy. I know everybody hates him, but I have one impression of that guy, and he was a funny guy. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that I'm Team Reddington here. I'm just saying I got an impression of the guy that was fucking funny. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Dr. Murder. Yeah. Like, that dude had a hearing the same day. I thought about like sticking around. I got my phone, you know what I mean? But then I was like, that's not what I'm here for. That's not what I'm here for. How did the phrase a meal of food originate? Oh, that's from the movie Old School. Yeah, it's from the movie Old School. God, that movie's so fucking funny. Dude, nothing beats that scene, bro. Nothing beats the scene where Will Ferrell shoots himself with the dart and Sean William Scott is yes, that's awesome. You got a fucking dart in your neck, man. You should pull that out. That shit is not cool. Dude, I used to rewind that shit over and over and over again. That is the funniest fucking movie, dude. I love Todd Phillips, man. Todd Phillips movies are always, I mean, they don't have to be good movies, they're just always really funny. It was just how his voice went from fast to slow. You should really pull that out. That shit is not cool. You're crazy, man. Oh my God. Let's see what this asshole's saying now.
Been trying to scare him into silence, making attempts on his life. And then he mentioned as an example a recent car accident that his wife had been in, and how that was an example of it. And he started giving other examples. A weird one like this: they opened a luggage bag and there was some kind of pin that popped out and poked him. It was there was nothing about that pin that was in any way life threatening, but that was apparently designed to intimidate him. This is where you know, like, this guy's gone off the deep edge. Now, I do believe that Google is probably up.
Oh, no way. This happened? Hold on. So Turtle Boy is saying in 2018, Rena Rodriguez was murdered after being trafficked. Reddington represented the pimp. Bradel, the actual murderer, Bradel's guy ended up getting less time. Wow. Wow. So Bradel represented the guy who murdered her, and Reddington represented the pimp. That's crazy. Now, okay, now the pimp, Jason McLeod, was found guilty during the Reed trial. I only know this because I sat in the main courtroom during the break in the Reed trial. Okay. So, wow. I mean, is it fucked up? Is it fucked up? I mean, I'll take it if it is, but whatever. Is it fucked up that my first thought when I saw that was Bradel's a badass? Like, is that fucked up? I feel like it's a little fucked up. But I mean, I feel like I get a pass just because of the circumstances of everything right now. You know? What's up, Dawn Marie? Good to see you. Bro, I can't get enough of that picture that Mazza made and posted. That was the funniest shit ever. Like, that was the night that laughs wouldn't end. Like, in the car, Bradel killing it, just killing it. And then I get home and then I open up Twitter and I see that shit from Mazza and I fucking lost my shit. I gotta listen. I'm just gonna show it again. Hold on a second. Let me pull that up. It's the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen. So Plevin says Turtle is texting someone. I can't believe I'm sitting with these morons all hating on the dinner, right? And then Mazza like responds with, how crazy was it though when you crashed the gathering with your shirt off and put that pic in there? And I didn't even notice that Twat Knopper was right next to him, dude. That shit was fucking. Clover's howling in his sleep. Oh no, he's done. Did you guys hear that shit? Clover was howling in his sleep. This is the funniest shit ever, dude. Dude, I was fucking dying. I was sitting there listening to music with my headphones on, and I fucking lost. Listen to Clover. Every time I quiet down, he like. He's done that since he was a baby. Like, he did that the first night I brought him home, man. He slept like a baby. And I thought it was my dude, I melted. When I first heard him do that, like, I was just like, okay, that's it. I would walk through fire for you. All right, let's get back to this fucking idiot. I'm gonna fast forward it though to fucking when hold on a second.
Getting the thumbs up. All systems go for Karen McCormick. Hi, Karen. Mic is off. Let me see. Your mic is off, Karen.
Bro, where the fuck?
You gotta just
What happened? I'm trying to understand who the fuck this lady is and where the fuck she comes from. This is the most bizarre shit ever. This lady, it's like what I get from this lady. Look at her, dude. Like, it's like Twattendorfer stopped fucking going on his show, so he got upset about it and then just panicked and went on Temu and got another one. That's what this woman comes off as to me. Dude, that has introduced me to some of the craziest bitches on the internet. They're all so into drama and yeah, it is. I just try to stay away from that shit, dude. It's insane. Like, it's insane. This has been the most rewarding experience because I'm always roller skating uphill, bro. Because I spent my entire YouTube, I don't want to say career, that's weird. But my entire time since I started on YouTube, I have spent skating uphill because I get into these cases and I'm the only one going, wait a minute, there's no evidence yet. Hold on. And I'm trying to like reason with a bunch of pitchforking, psychotic, fucking finger pointing nutbags. And this case, the woman's actually innocent, and there's so much proof. So it's real easy to do. And there's a whole community of people that see what I see. I have always been the minority in the true crime community because I just won't jump on that bandwagon and start accusing people without evidence. Like, this has been the most refreshing experience. It's so funny because I hear people go, oh my God, the toxicity that comes from this case. And I'm like, I laugh because, like, dude, like what comes to mind is that James Franco meme where he's got a noose around his neck and he's like, first time. That's what comes to mind. Like, dude, the Chris Watts case was fucking insane. Summer Wells, fucking insane. The Sebastian Rogers case right now, I learned from my mistakes already. I'm like, nope, I'm not getting in that shit. This is a fucking cakewalk compared to what it would be like getting involved in the Sebastian Rogers case. And the Sebastian Rogers case right now, the fucked up part is all of the people who are involved in it and doing what they're doing, it's because they're fucked up people and they get off on that shit. Whereas normal people, it makes their skin crawl and makes them freak the fuck out. It makes them feel fucking, like it's crazy. And it's a fucking shit ton of people, toxic fucking people that just want to like, oh my God, I can't do it.
I think it just is on your channel, Karen. I think you've just clicked mute, maybe. If you look on the stream link, on the StreamYard link, is it show right there? See where the microphone thing is? It says you're muted.
Yeah, I see
oh,
it.
there you go. There you go. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, haven't used this in a while. How's it going?
It's going good, actually. And I had a call. I hadn't talked to her for a while from Jen Coffindaffer because she was having some technical difficulties on something too. I'm usually the last person you want to call if you have technical difficulties. Let's face it.
Right? But if you don't use it for a little while, I'm like, oh crap, how do I get this on again?
And his name is John C.
Sorry about that, folks. I just wanted to fucking wake you guys up because I was falling asleep. So I figured some of you might have been in the same boat I was. Jesus fucking Christ, what are these people talking about?
So let's, guys, give us some feedback while we're doing this and getting started, and let us know that our mics are all on the same level.
Give you some feedback. Where the fuck do I start? What do you give us some feedback? Jesus Christ, it would take me a fucking month. Oh my God, dude.
I think Karen's sounds a little, maybe it's on my end. No, it was on my end. I apologize. So just give us some feedback, and if one of us sounds too high or too low, let me know. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go right into Turtle Boy's video. And this is, I think have you already watched this?
I was watching it last night. My mouth was, I was like, oh my God, is this really happening? So yeah, I watched it.
This is going to be interesting.
This was
loved it.
All right. She loved that.
All right. Let me line this up.
Now, let me set this up a little bit. Okay. So what they're going to get into now, most of us, we watched Turtle Boy's live stream last night, right? And he had this gentleman, Phelps. I forget his name. R. William Phelps, I think it is. And he's a true crime author, New York Times bestseller, podcaster, really smart guy, right? And he is doing something on the Karen Reed case right now. So he talked to a bunch of people. He talked to Turtle Boy. He talked to Plevin even. He talked to Rita. I listened to the trailer. I'm just trying to remember. But so there was a little tension in the chat because I feel like, and it just kind of came off that way. That it's no secret. Aiden and him, they were not exactly meshing, but they weren't butting heads either. But they weren't meshing where they were hoping to mesh in their conversation. And you could feel that in the chat. You could feel this. And people were speaking up on it and saying stuff. And so these people, of course, are going to do the low-hanging fruit thing and think, okay, well, let's exploit the fuck out of this and make it to be 100 times more than what it really is. Because I haven't even watched this yet, and I'm telling you, I know this is exactly what they're going to do because they've been watching them do it for over a year. So, for about a year. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, dude, I understand what happened here because I remember the thing last night, and I'm gonna review Kevin reviewing it because I remember it clearly. I was privy to both the conversation and the chat.
Now, full disclosure,
of course,
people have heard
like
the trick.
The thing is, and I'm going to get into this more because I know that he's going to give me opportunity to do so. But the thing is Turtle Boy is very unconventional. There's nobody like Turtle Boy either. There's no other Turtle Boy on the planet. No such thing. So he's got his own way. And I get the whole O'Keefe's thing. I was on it for a long time. And I still have my standards and lines that I won't cross. But the thing is, though, I look at that, and I'm going to give my opinion here. As far as Paul O'Keefe goes, he has given me, through his own behavior, enough reason to not have a whole lot of respect for him. Now, I choose, because I've always been the guy who's like, hey, I don't know what that's like, and I don't know what he's going through. So I'm going to keep that assumption handy. and let that dictate my behavior. So that's me. But but that's just because that's the way that I've always been. I've been very consistent doing that when I cover crime cases. So to me, it's like, it's very fair. There's 2 points here. A, it's very fair to have the opinion that Turtle Boy and a lot of people have about Paul O'Keefe. B, the bottom line here, the big issue here in Turtle Boy's case is what? It is free speech. It's the First Amendment. Now, even if I don't like what Turtle Boy is saying, not saying I do or I don't, I'm saying even if I don't like what Turtle Boy says about Paul O'Keefe, it doesn't matter because he has the right to say it. He has the right to say it. He has the right to feel how he feels about it, and he has the right to say it. Everyone here does. And because we know what we know everything that we know about this case, and see him at this point, who's supposed to be the most person invested in getting justice for him, is ignoring the overwhelming evidence and paying attention to the evidence that's not actually evidence. It's just people are telling him that it is. And that is frustrating as fuck to watch. It's a frustrating as fuck thing to see him on TV doing. Especially when we're all out here going, dude. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again and I'll say it many more times. We are the ones actually fighting for Paul O'Keefe or John O'Keefe getting justice. Turtle Boy has been the only one, the only people that get credit for actually fighting is Karen Reed and Turtle Boy for justice for John O'Keefe. Because Turtle Boy went to fucking jail. So, and Karen Reed is fighting for her life. And again, I've made this point many times, and I'm going to make it one more time. Karen Reed's defense could easily be. This is how I'll give you a quick, easy analogy on how the justice system works. I wish I had visual aid, but you take a bag. Listen, a prosecutor's job is to do what? Prosecutor's job is to take a bag being the case that they have against the defendant, right? A bag, and fill it with water, right? And show the jury that there are no leaks in the bag. Now, if the defense is able to do that, if they can keep the defense from poking holes in the bag and the jury seeing all this water pour out, well, then the defense did their job, period. And the easy way to get Karen Reed off of this whole thing is to simply poke holes in the bag, and it's very easy to do so. I mean, you could just pick a needle out of a bucket, assuming you can only use the same needle once. You could pick a needle out of the bucket, a needle being something that the MSP fucked up. The Canton police fucked up. Lally fucked up. It's endless. It's endless. But here's the thing. Karen Reed's defense went the extra mile with the third-party culprit defense. That is an indication. That is evidence, that Karen Reed is fighting for justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. That is indisputable. She could have just simply went the easy, cost-friendly method and gotten lawyers who could simply just poke holes in this case. But the problem is she knew she was facing corruption. She knew she was facing corruption. The only way to get justice for John O'Keefe is to, in the act of her defending herself, also play offense and hold the people who are responsible for her boyfriend, her deceased boyfriend, accountable. That's it. And Turtle Boy was out there collecting all of the evidence that proves this. We had so much of the exculpatory evidence before the trial, thanks to Turtle Boy, as the public did, which is what created and inspired everyone to start gathering at this courthouse, to start doing standouts, some to start YouTube channels and discuss it. And that doesn't just fucking happen, because it's the popular goddamn thing to do.
Trailer for this, no, I was interviewed by Matt too.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I, as far as the content of his show, I don't know, and that's up to Matt. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't want people to go down some kind of conspiracy road here and think that, whatever he decides, and I think, and what Matt had told me was, it's M. William Phelps, and he is a podcaster. Crossing the Lines, I believe, is the name of his main podcast.
Okay.
But he's a long time podcaster. I think he has like over 1 million subscribers. But he's also a true crime author and a regular author, but he's mostly true crime, and he's published about 50 books. And so he's a very experienced mainstream kind of guy, intelligent man. And he's wanted to cover this case from a both sides kind of way. And we'll see what Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
We'll see what Turtle Boy thinks about that.
Yeah, that's not allowed. All right, let's see though.
I love that they're making Turtle Boy their content. This tells you everything about their agenda, because they're making Turtle Boy their content. But not once was it brought up throughout Plevin's entire stream, just yet, about the Mark Betterow letters that are very public now. At no point. Like, this is something that is, it's a done deal. It's not like this looks a certain way. The fact that these things, that they have data and proof that these people colluded to have Turtle Boy locked up, like, that changes everything. And the way that Betterow wrote those letters, the way that he did that was so genius. Betterow is casting out a net right now. He's casting out a net that what they're going to do with Turtle Boy's case is going to affect Karen Reed's case and Sandra Birchmore's case as well. It is a work of fucking art once it is pulled off. But I already see the sketch. It's beautiful. Yeah. Especially since Christy Catroni leaked the text from her showing that she knows fake victim is lying. Oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my God. Justice for John O'Keefe. Thank you, Blair. Exactly. Yeah. Like, we're all here for justice for John O'Keefe, man. We are. All of us. Now, I mean, if Plevin were, I'm not talking about that side. At this point, I'm not defending anything these people do at this point. Like, I'm just not. I'm at that point, dude. Like, this is ridiculous.
All right.
Think about this. like, consider it this way. This is what you do. This is how you consider this. Okay. Turtle Boy was charged and then he was thrown in jail months later. He was thrown in jail for 60 days, right? And he's proving, he's on the verge. He already pretty much did, but he's proving, he's on the verge of proving in a court of law, in his defense, that there was a conspiracy between a bitter ex was used, a bitter ex was weaponized in a conspiracy between her, Tully, and Mello to incarcerate Turtle Boy. That is a fact. That's not a, oh, that's a theory. No, it's not a theory. It is a fact. There is proof. And it's about to be proven in a court of law. And if that is proof, think about what that says. What that says is that the man who was charged for uncovering a conspiracy, he was charged for uncovering a conspiracy. Now, there's a conspiracy to put him in jail and shut him up. What this does is this validates every shred of investigation in the Karen Reed case that Turtle Boy has ever put out. Every effort, everything that he's ever done. Every fucking lacrosse game that he showed up to, every fucking rolling rally that happened, every single fucking thing that Turtle Boy did this entire time exercising his First Amendment rights is now absolutely undisputably validated because he was framed by the very people he was accusing of framing an innocent woman. They proved his point. This happened. This is not a fantasy. This is not a theory. This is not a, oh, could it go this way? No, this fucking is. Period.
Just trying to get through the parts. We don't want to do any more of Turtle Boy than we need.
Oh God, no.
They hate
Mr.
you, dude.
Phelps now. We're going to talk about the pot.
It's so
Hello.
funny, bro.
Should I call you Matt or MW or M Williams? Matt, you like Matt, right?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Kelly Sandy RN. For clever snacks, free the doctor. I agree.
Yeah, when we're hanging out at your house. Yeah, I like Matt.
Okay,
So,
all right.
But most people call me Phelps. That works for me.
Oh, you're Phelps. Okay, cool. A little blurry there. Yeah.
I'm blurry.
A little bit. That's okay.
Just so people, one of the things about StreamYard is that Turtle Boy uses the same service that I do, is that it puts a lower resolution on the guest automatically. So if Matt already has a relatively cheap or low resolution camera here, and it'll go even lower. Just, I don't know. It's just the way they do it for some reason. So Jessica, I am not obsessed with Turtle Boy, but you'll see he mentions me in this, and I don't have feelings towards Turtle Boy one
dude. Just hold on.
Way or the other. And I don't have feelings towards Turtle Boy one way or the other.
Just a second there, Professor. Just a second there, Professor. You just said that shit out loud on the internet, bro. Like, stop it. Stop it. That statement right there proves exactly how delusional this dude is. Like, I know It's so ridiculous. This is so funny.
I don't like him. I don't dislike him. I don't have any feelings for him. But the Turtle Boy phenomena is the most dangerous and disgusting phenomena that we've seen in this state
Absolutely.
since the Salem witch trials.
And you know, I just want to say while you're on the topic with that.
Wait. The Turtle Boy phenomenon. The Turtle Boy phenomenon. So fucking ridiculous. Listen to these fucking idiots, dude. What is dangerous about dude? You know what I was worried about? I was worried about Canton. I was like, I'm not going to Canton. But dude, I was fucking in front of the courthouse. I was fucking perfectly at home. It was nice. Everybody was really nice. No, exactly, dude. Nobody's gotten physically hurt from this dangerous phenomenon. Is there a single person with a bruise or cut, or if we should talk about feelings, right? Come on with this shit. Like, people have gone to jail for nothing, but that's it. Like, Jesus Christ.
With that, I actually emailed. His name is Matt, right? I just discovered him last night, and I was like, I need to email this guy. But I explained to him in there that there are these like lines that people use, you know, like, oh, you're obsessed with Turtle
That's so
Boy,
fucked
you're
up.
this, and it's like the same thing every.
That is the darkest fucking super chat I've ever gotten in my fucking life. Oh my god, bro. You all need to fucking stop. Oh my god, that is the darkest fucking super chat in the history of fucking super chats, bro. That's the darkest fucking super chat anybody's ever fucking gotten, bro. Like, not even gonna read that out loud because of the juju. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna go run and give $2 to the fucking cancer foundation right now, bro. Like, like right now. Like some cancer research. I'm gonna go give them $2 right now just for fucking the energy, bro. I don't want that. Don't put that evil on me. I mean, yeah, bro. Like, I just, dude, terminal. Come on, you know. There's this really, you know, not so subtle indication, Plevin, that people shouldn't believe you about your terminal cancer. Can you guess what it is? Just wait. I'm just saying. Now, I'm not a doctor, never put the guy through a fucking, never gave the guy a biopsy. I don't fucking know. But, you know what I mean? Like, there's one little detail that is a little indication that people probably shouldn't believe you when you talk about you got terminal cancer. And when did this come up? How many years ago? I mean,
every single time. I like you. I don't have a personal hatred towards him. I don't think he's a good guy, but my life is not revolved around what he says and does. I don't.
I mean, bro, like, how much bullshit can these people fucking fit into one fucking live stream, dude? Like that is the funniest shit in the world. Anybody who thinks, and I'm telling you, this is consistent. Everybody that I've seen that has that believes that Karen Reed is guilty has a problem with Turtle Boy. Like Turtle Boy is what they always talk about. Turtle Boy is the thing. As a matter of fact, even the goddamn fucking prosecutor brings up Turtle Boy. Even Lally brings up Turtle Boy. You know what I mean? Like, stop it already. Oh, I don't feel one way or another, but nobody believes that. Like, not even your chat believes that. Not even your chat believes that. Okay, Plevin. Like,
I don't think he's a good person. I don't like what he's doing, but that's not why I do what I'm doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of I was many years a bartender and a bar owner, and when you're behind the bar, one of the things you see people up, that sometimes you like them as your customer that comes in, they entertain you, they're funny.
Bro, every live stream this guy talks about bartending, bro. Every fucking one. Everything is a comparison to bartending. Fucking everything.
Funny, but then from that window from behind the bar, there were some people you find that are pretty shady.
Yeah.
And so, but as the bartender or the bar owner, you tend to, as long as they're not causing problems for you, you just enjoy them from what they are and look the other way. So I'm pretty used to looking the other way on things.
Absolutely.
But what he's doing here, it's at a point where it's so obviously dangerous that when other people, if they follow this a little bit and they don't recognize it, they're part of the problem.
I agree. And the amount of time I think both of us spend trying to explain this to people is absurd. I had somebody last night like, you're not going to make a difference. Your voice means nothing. His voice is louder than you. I'm like, I'm doing this for me. I don't care.
Yes.
I literally don't care, but they just, they're trying to silence us. They always are. And
nobody's trying to fucking silence you, dude. Like, how am I supposed to have Plevinism streams if you stop doing what you're doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's at the point where it's just like ridiculous what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking stupid. Like, at the end of the day, here's the thing. Like, you could look, and this might ruffle a couple of feathers, but at the end of the day, right? Like, nobody is gonna give a fuck. Like, if there's a lot of talk about Plevin being paid by the McAlberts and blah blah blah. Okay, but the dude has like 200 people watching him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the best he can do. Like, you know what I mean? His chat celebrates when he hits like 100 fucking likes. His chat's like, whoa, and it's like, it's not going to make a fucking difference, dude. Nothing that this guy says makes a difference. He is simply serving a purpose for entertainment. That's it. Like, when do you ever hear me go, Plevin must be stopped? He's dangerous. Somebody's got to put a stop to this. You'll never hear me say that shit. What am I going to do without Plevinisms? Plevin, you complete me. Not really. You're, like, people had to remind me and be like, hey, when are you going to do Plevinisms again? And I'm just like, when I don't have anything else to talk about. Nobody gives a fuck about you, Plevin. Not like that. Like, you serve the purpose that a fucking street clown does. Like, fuck. I got here late for the goddamn movie, bro. What are we supposed to do? Well, if we go sit down and eat, then you know, we'll miss the beginning of the next movie. Oh, look, there's a fucking idiot over there, a street clown. Let's go give him a fucking quarter. That's you on YouTube, dude. That's you on Twitter and YouTube. Like, that's you. How do you fucking like? I don't like. You have to like take accountability, dude. You have to take accountability. Like you have to look at yourself and be like, all right, this should have worked. I was on court TV night after night after night. I was on court TV. This should have worked. This should have built my channel. What in the world happened? And it doesn't occur to him that he talks out of his ass and nobody fucking and nothing he says resonates with a single person who is capable of tying their shoes. That's it. Like, it's so funny because he sounds smart to a dummy, but he's boring to a dummy because the dummy's not going to understand what he's saying either. It takes a smart person to go, oh my God, you know, this guy's actually a fucking idiot. And he doesn't know what he's talking about. But the dummy's going to get so bored eventually, you know, the dummy's going to be like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's way over my head. So see ya. So this is his dilemma. This is his dilemma that he's going to have to live with for fucking ever, bro. Like, that's got to suck. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm out of touch. No. It's everyone else who is wrong. Right. That's insane. That's an insane way to live. That's an insane way to live. Dude, I lived like that and I almost died. I'm telling you, it's insane. It's so much more fun to be the other way. It is. Oh man, somebody's gonna clip that. But yeah, man. I mean, it's silly, dude. Like I God, and it's so much fucking work. Like man, call me a lazy man. That's fine, you know. But talking shit out of my ass that I have to like try to fucking, you know, make sense of later with some other bullshit, like doing that on a constant basis has got to be fucking exhausting, dude. That would kill a guy with cancer. That would kill a guy with cancer. I'm just going to say it. That would kill a guy with cancer. That's fucking exhausting. That's too much.
And it never ends, but here we are. So, I mean,
that's a great way of putting it. I love the way you just put it there. I'm doing it for me because I think it's so important. This is standing up against a mob and trying to do the right thing. That's what it should.
This guy, the delusions of this guy, like put it into perspective for a second, people. What's Plevin doing when he's doodling in class? You know, when he's doodling in class and not paying shit attention to what the teacher's saying, right? What's he doing? He's fantasizing. What's he fantasizing about? He's fantasizing of being like a John Wick kind of guy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm drinking on everybody. Pew, 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 pew. Like he's fantasizing about being a Jedi who's fucking chopping down a bunch of stormtroopers because he's a fucking geek. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing. And he grew up, you know? And so now he's fantasizing that there's this imaginary mob that he's fighting against and fighting the good fight against and holding his own. And the mob is just like people over 70 fucking giving me weed on the down low. Stop it, Plevin. Stop it. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Jesus. It's so amazing. The delusions in this guy, bro, are crazy, bro. Like,
it should be about you doing it for yourself. You have a chance here to do something that's the right thing.
Right.
And it's something that has a cost.
Yes, it does.
You know that you and I have faced the cost for it, but you still do it. So
right. And I said to them, why would I do it? They're like, oh, you and Kevin want clicks and views. This is the fight again, Kevin. And I'm like, clicks and views. We would not be doing this, you know? So it's so crazy. It really is.
I lost 40% of my subscribers in an hour one night when because Turtle Boy was causing trouble in my chat and I called him out. So
It'll be all right. It will be all right.
How does that happen?
Right. As long as
How does that happen? That's the troll. That's the impossible troll. I would never admit to that. There's no fucking way that I would ever fucking own that shit, that somebody was capable of doing that, of coming into my chat, a known troll to my channel, a known enemy to my channel, a known opposition to my narrative, managed to come into my own chat, and then I lost 40% of my subs just from that happening. Like, and then you wonder why his fucking dude, you wonder why his fucking turtle riders call him daddy. Are you fucking kidding? I almost want to. I've never been able to do that. That's my fucking opus. That would be my opus, bro. The fuck. That's amazing. And you're now, if he only had like 10 subs, that's a different story. But I mean, dude, like if I could pull that shit off, dude, oh my God, no fucking buddy. If I did that to anybody, there's no fucking way they would ever admit that happened, much less whine about it and play victim. Oh my God, just because he came in there. What that tells me, I'm going to tell you something very simple. What that tells me is that Turtle Boy came in and made sense to your audience, and your audience was like, oh, can't argue with that. Bye, Plevin. Sorry, dude. That's what that tells me. That should tell you that between the two of you, Turtle Boy and Plevin, between the two of you, anybody who pays it, only one of you actually has logic and reason and focus on evidence on their side. And it's not you, Plevin. That's what that tells me immediately. If someone was capable of going into someone's chat and then saying things, and then the chat goes, fuck this, I'm jumping ship, I'm out. Dude. Like, that tells me that person came in and made a whole lot of sense.
As long as the audio is good.
First, I want to say something about how to get the podcast.
That's facts, man.
You can get the podcast on wherever you get your podcasts. I know I see a lot of people on X that are hating on Apple.
And Turtle Boy's just like, meet.
You hate Apple, that's fine. That's great. So you can get the podcast anywhere where you get a podcast. You can get this podcast. You just got to search for it. That's all. The reason Apple's up there, the link for Apple, is because they're the ones who count rankings. And it's important to, as you said, get up there so more people hear this.
Correct. So can you run down the list of people that you're able to say that you interviewed for this podcast? It's going to be 10 parts, correct?
Yeah, 10 parts. And the episodes are running about 40 minutes to an hour right now.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to give away everybody. That would not be fair to some people who are speaking with me, I think.
I can't believe you admitted that. That's
the main driver of the story here is you. I mean, you're the main driver of the story. We've spent a lot of time together. But you also know that I'm a journalist, that I'm going to talk to all different.
It's very clever, right?
It is. He's like, let me build him up. Let me make him feel so great. Because then at the end, you just watch his ego get like so bruised that it's probably the best Turtle Boy live I've ever seen.
That's not what
Go ahead,
happened
keep
at
going.
all.
Okay.
That's not what happened at all.
Different types of people. I'm going to get everybody's story. What interested me about
Look, Mazza was fooled, bro. That's not even Coffindoffer. That's just some fucking weird Karen. Like, her name's literally Karen. Just some weird coffin Karen. It's like, yeah. It's like if Court TV took a shit and Coffindoffer came out, like whatever was left on the toilet paper with that they wiped with is this lady. That's from the same turd, but you know.
This from the very beginning is the division.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a community divided like this over a murder. I mean, I say that I have a Hulu special on now that's called Little Miss Innocent, and that's based on a book of mine called We Thought We Knew You, and that took place in Utica, New York, a murder case, and that community was divided. So half the community believe her, the murderer, half the community believe she didn't do it. But there was no protesting, there was no name calling, no Christy pant. There was none of that shit going on. There was just like, I mean, I've been threatened because I wrote the book, of course. So I'm the bad guy for telling the story.
So my ADHD just totally kicked in, and Mazza, I was just thinking about how much I was laughing in Mike's chat just now. Me and Mazza were just like in the chat fucking around, quoting fucking and who's the, oh my god, it's like 3-letter name, and we were like quoting Back to the Future lines. Stupidest shit in the world. But it was so funny. I had so much fun doing stupid shit like that. Doc, you don't just walk into a store and buy plutonium. Did you rip that off?
So but I've never seen anything of this nature. What I see in this case is, for the first time, I think, in a murder story, is I see like social media, like it's live. It's come out of the internet and it's live on the street now. That's what I see.
Now, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I love that these two are reviewing this because I actually have my own thoughts on this.
This movement that you created. I mean, you know, some people from my world, if you will, have kind of hit me up. Gee,
and
you
let me give you real quick what my impression of Phelps is right now. My impression of Phelps is that he understands that this is a very divided community. And if you asked him if he's ever seen any fucking other case like this, he's going to tell you no, because there's never been any other case like this. And this is a guy who knows cases. So I promise you he's going to do that. And he is in uncharted territory right now. He doesn't know how to handle it right now. He doesn't want to piss off anybody. This man, at the end of the day, has a brand and he wants to build it. Okay. Now, he is part of a true crime community. You have to understand this. And at the dinner on Thursday, we had a discussion. It was me, Mazza, and Mike, and LTL, and Bettero, and I think Nathan was right there too. And we were talking about true crime and that sort of thing. And I made a point. I said, we are not a true crime community. We are a justice community. That's the difference. This guy is true crime. Now, I'm a true crime channel, give or take. It's fair to say. I'd prefer not to be called that, but I mean, it is what it is. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. But when it comes to this case, the community that is involved in this case is a justice community. It is not a true crime community. This is not like any other true crime case. You know, Melanie Little is a true crime channel, but She is part of this justice community. Is everybody understanding what I'm talking about here? And does anybody disagree? But you have to understand, this guy is part of the true crime community. That doesn't make him an enemy, okay? That does not make him an enemy. He's just doing his thing, what he's used to doing, what he worked his ass off to build and maintain. That's all he's fucking doing right now, you know? So we have to keep this stuff in mind, you know? Yes, just because he sees the evidence right in his face, guaranteed, it doesn't mean that we could expect him to just all of a sudden piss away a bunch of what he considers to be customers, because this case is just another case. We're passionate about this case. Most of you guys are locals and you're affected directly by this case. This guy doesn't fall under that category. This is another case that he sees opportunity is going to make him a lot of money covering, because it's fascinating. And that's going to happen. The only thing that I want from this guy right here is that he puts out all the facts. I want true crime creators, true crime news, fucking, you know, documentaries. All I want them to do is provide all of the facts, because I'm confident that if all of the facts are presented, anyone with common sense is going to say Karen Read is innocent. And if this man succeeds at putting out all of the facts, I promise you that this movement is going to get bigger. Okay? So that's why I was kind of like, hey, chill out a little bit, you know, with this guy. You can't expect him to right away be like, you know, fuck that, free Karen Read. It's a bonus when somebody does that. That shit's great. But I never expect it from a large true crime creator who's made his whole career on it, on covering a bunch of cases. This guy's not going to put his whole reputation and how he approaches cases on one case. He's not going to fucking do that. He's not going to risk his whole brand on that. You know? Like, think about that shit. You know, what if McDonald's opened up one day and then just said, you know what, fuck the world, I'm just going to start we're just going to start serving pizza today. Like, in a day, just, we're serving pizza. Here you go. You know, wait a minute. I came here for a fucking Big Mac. You know what I mean? I came here for a fucking McChicken, dude. Like, if I wanted pizza, I'd go to a fucking pizza shop. What the fuck? His fan base, his supporters are not going to take well to him taking a biased point. It's not gonna work for him. So yeah, and yeah, he's in this to make money. A lot of true crime creators are, you know.
It's strange that you're interviewing Turtle Boy. I didn't think you would do something like that.
Like what? What? Talk to the guy that started the whole thing?
And I simply, my answer to that is very simple. It's like, you cannot tell this story without without you in it. You've become part of this story.
All right.
So
now this guy's pissing me off because now he's plagiarizing me. Phelps. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, no. So that tells me that this guy fucking has common sense. What that is a good sign. He's acknowledging the fact that you cannot, he's fucking quoting me, but you know, common sense would just have that quote. Doesn't mean he heard me say it. It means he applied his fucking common sense and he's saying something that makes perfect fucking sense. He's stating a very obvious fact, which is you cannot properly tell the Karen Read story without telling the Turtle Boy story. Cannot be done. Cannot be done. That is an indication to me that this guy is interested in telling all of the facts.
that was very interesting to me in many respects. You know, of course, we're
Wow,
different types of
Calamity
journalists. I'll
Jade.
just put
Hold
that on
on,
record there.
man.
We're not the same type.
30 months. I need to understand if they say Officer John O'Keefe's right arm injuries was from right tail light, that put his center body mass lined with center back SUV. Well, they explained it a different way, Calamity Jade, in the trial. The so-called expert, his theory was that she clipped him with the tail light. He went into a spin, flew 10 feet into the fucking air, and landed into the yard. That's his theory. Completely and totally ridiculous. But 30 months, man. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Y'all need to give it up for Calamity Jade.
Same type of journalist. And
I don't know why they
look,
said that.
Few are.
Well,
of course, you can't talk about the Jim Jones story without talking about Jim Jones.
Right, dude. Like, listen, don't delude yourselves, bro. Like, they want to say anybody who makes money off of this is a fucking grifter. No, man. Like, what do you think we're monetized for? You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, we entertain you. Information entertains you. It's like Denzel. Like, at the end of the day, like Turtle Boy, what he does for a living is, yes, he risks his ass, but at the end of the day, he entertains you. You know what I'm saying? Just like Denzel well, you know, I don't want to compare Turtle Boy because I don't think what Turtle Boy does is 90% bullshit. But Denzel in Training Day is a newspaper. It entertains me. It entertains me. Right? Yeah. Entertaining means it occupies your time and occupies your thoughts. You could be very passionate about what entertains you. What entertains you could be a movement that you get involved in. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. And people show gratitude for it. People show gratitude for it. That's it. I come up here, I share my opinions, and I enjoy doing it. So I'm lively and I'm entertaining when I do it. And you guys very generously show me gratitude for it. And I'm grateful for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's not why we do it. Turtle Boy could go all kinds of different routes. Turtle Boy could be fucking a sports writer. Turtle Boy could be writing fucking movie reviews. Turtle Boy could be doing whatever the fuck. There's all kinds of different things that you could focus on as an investigative journalist and make a shit ton of money. Why did he choose something that puts himself and his loved ones in danger if he didn't believe in it? Why would he do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so stupid to call anyone who makes money doing what we're doing grifting. It's so stupid. Grifting is if I'm telling you I'm going to give you something that I'm not going to give you. If I'm suckering you in some way. That's grifting. But I mean, what you see is what you get. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking stupid. You know? Like, it's so fucking stupid. Why shouldn't Turtle Boy, like, make a fucking good living off of this? He fucking works hard. He did 2 months in jail for this. You know what I'm saying? Like, he did 2 months in jail to defend their right to sit up there and talk shit about him and manipulate the context of what's going on. That's a fact.
Jim Jones either, right, Karen?
That's the funny part when people are like, well, why do you always bring up? I'm like, I'm not bringing it up, but he's part of the freaking story. I'd rather not bring him up, but he is. I mean, you can't deny it.
Yeah, I don't have anything to. I've never once looked for dirt on Turtle Boy. People send me dirt. I don't open it. I don't care. I don't.
What a fucking liar.
Look into the other cases. I don't even look a whole lot into the indictments and stuff like that. I just want the public to understand what he is.
Yeah, me too.
And just and to stop, to ignore it. I'd rather not see Turtle Boy to go to jail. I'd rather see people just have the decency to ignore this man.
Right.
And it's his tactics. If he was out there just arguing, being a truth teller like he tries to present himself, that'd be fine.
Right.
That's not what he's doing.
No, he's not.
I mean, yeah.
What do you mean?
We could give a long list of things, but let's go with last week.
Right.
A new prosecutor was announced, and within 2 hours, he doxed the workplace of the guy's wife.
Correct.
And in that post said, "We're fighting evil, and family of anybody on the other side is not going to be off limits."
No.
And people show up in the
I'm like, what?
people show up in the comments, Karen, and they say, "But Kevin, you insult people too." I'm like, that's a false equivalency. It's not the same thing. She's like, "You called Mike Crawford young jelly."
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not.
You serious?
I'm doxing his wife.
Exactly. You should be able, all of us should be able to either like each other online, joke around, but when you start going real life, and the first thing that he demands his cult to do.
So riddle me this. How is it that you sit here and say these things, and then you have people like Grant Smith Ellis on your channel who doxes people and lies constantly, like nothing Grant Smith Ellis ever says is true. And then you have Krusty on there. How can you say that you're against these things and have them on there? This is why you have only 200 people in your chat. This is why. Because they see through your bullshit. They know you're full of shit. They know you're a fucking liar and a hypocrite.
To do is to go after this man's wife who has nothing to do with it. You know, it's not even the man. He's like, all right, this is where the wife works. Let's do our thing. And this has happened multiple times throughout, the last year or so. I could think of 10 of them offhand where either their jobs were affected, their businesses, their families, their household. Both of us have had it happen. I mean, there's so many examples of it that it's just crazy to me that people even deny it anymore.
And then this person that was saying this in my comments was saying, and no,
that's also a good point. I watched that shit and he was laughing about that stupid ass fucking song. Like, they keep writing these AI songs, they don't even rhyme, and they think it's the funniest shit in the world. And it's just like, they don't even make sense.
She's someone that I have recognized her name because she's a longtime Free Karen reader. And I said, look, all right, so you don't like that I insult young jelly.
Right.
But you're willing to come here and post this. Do you go on that? Do you go on their websites and post any criticism? Do you go on Turtle Boy's site and say you're against the dog? And of course she doesn't.
They
I said, well,
never, because they'd be next. They'd be next.
Doesn't that tell you something about that mob that you're
like? This is just pure projection. It's the funniest shit in the world.
Afraid to do that,
Absolutely.
or about you that you don't think to do it. You've drawn this false equivalency. So
exactly.
Well, look.
Well, how
that brings me to another.
It is so crazy, dude. Plevin, how do you not think about it, dude? Like, you can get mad all you want. Like, being mad is not going to change what the fact is. And the fact is that there's fucking 800 people watching me on YouTube, and then God knows how many else on Twitter right now. And they're watching me watch you, and you can't get 200 people in your chat, dude. Like, what does that tell you, dude? That people would rather watch me make fun of you than actually watch you. The fuck does that tell you, dude?
Another point. I am really it's really amazing to me and really upsetting to me and very strange to me that people are personally attacked and just ripped to shreds online for their opinions about a case, be it for Karen Reed or against Karen Reed. And I find this very compelling. I mean,
like, here's my take on that. And I get it. It seems a little disappointing that, you know, the guy goes on Turtle Boy's channel and he doesn't sit here and go, hey, I'm pro Karen Reed. I get that. But I think it's actually fair and even good journalism. I'm interested in it. Somebody simply being, you know, absolutely unbiased and documenting the actual difference in opinions. Like actually documenting the turmoil between the sides. I think that makes for an interesting subject as well. So you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's wrong to criticize the guy for going from looking at this from an outside perspective and going, this is fascinating. You've got these people over here and you've got these people over here, you know, and then reporting on it. I don't see anything wrong with that. That sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
But one of the biggest things for me here is, you know, forgotten in all of this is John O'Keefe. And I'm a victim's advocate. I told you about my personal situation last time I was at your house.
Right,
so,
right.
So I'm a victim's advocate, and I can.
Now this is where this is going to probably take a left turn.
You can take this to the bank that in this podcast, you're going to know who John O'Keefe was. You're going to know things about him you don't know about him. And there's going to be a lot of time dedicated to who John O'Keefe was, because I think that's so important in this, just because he's been forgotten.
I disagree completely. He's been forgotten.
Yeah, see that?
Well,
right there, what this dude did right there, justifiably pissed off Turtle Boy's chat. Justifiably. Because in their defense, the people who got upset, in their defense, he's insulting them. He's insulting them. You know what I mean? They feel like, you know, if you're going to sit up here in their defense, if Phelps is going to sit up there and say, I'm looking at both sides and taking in all the information, okay? Well, then if you are, then you can't sit here and say that John O'Keefe has been forgotten in all of this. That was a slip of the tongue at the very least. Because if you understood this movement, you wouldn't say that. So in Turtle Boy's chat's defense, the people who were getting offended and upset, I understand. I get it. Now, and I don't blame Turtle Boy for, I mean, you look at him right here. Now, Plevin and Timu Twattendoffer, they're not gonna fucking acknowledge this. They're not going to acknowledge this. But they're just going to focus on Turtle Boy being upset. Right? Because this clearly offended Turtle Boy. Because Turtle Boy cares about his followers. He cares about the people who support him. If you insult my following, I'm going to get offended. You know what I mean? I'm going to sit there and my mood's probably going to shift the way that Turtle Boy seemed to just right here.
In the cover,
he hasn't been forgotten by us. He's the first
I don't
everything.
No, see, you took it personally. And
no, I'm just saying, like, because that's a criticism that we get, that John has been forgotten.
I mean, it's a fair thing to take personally, Mr. Phelps. It is. Sorry, dude.
Not been forgotten. We remember John every day.
Now, I'm not saying that I'm taking it personally. I'm saying I get why some did.
when I say this, I mean in the coverage of it. The media coverage of this, John has been all but forgotten.
Well, he's dead. You know, it's like he's not on trial. John's outcome is determined. He's dead, and we are the person whose outcome is not determined is Karen Reed, and we don't forget John, but Karen Reed's fate. No matter what happens here, John's still going to be dead. Like no matter what happens,
his memory's not dead though.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
No, I'm sorry. That was just such a terrible, like rude, crass.
This right here, this exchange right here is where things got very tense. Things got very thick. You could cut the tension in Turtle Boy's chat last night with a knife.
Thing for him to say, well, John's dead. His outcome is already determined. Like that's how you speak about the person, you know, the victim in the case.
Well, the point that he's making here is he made the point that it's right now the fact that Karen Reed is innocent and being tried for it. That is why people are more focused on that, because her outcome has yet to be determined and people are afraid of the outcome because she's innocent. So Turtle Boy's saying right now, if you know, right now that's why everyone is so focused on Karen Reed and not so focused on keeping the memory of John alive. Everyone is doing that in their own way, but in the most important way, people are fighting for justice for John O'Keefe. So that's why it's insulting to say that John O'Keefe is lost in all this and his memory is not being preserved. Because if his memory wasn't being preserved, nobody would give a fuck about what's happening to Karen Reed. Nobody would give a fuck about the McAlberts. Nobody would give a fuck about, nobody would care. Nobody would care. So, you know, like, it's right now, there's an issue here where we're talking about an innocent woman. Okay. You're talking about an innocent woman who's being accused and railroaded by a very corrupt system. And there's a lot of different cells in this system. A lot of different cells. And so it's a difficult fight. And the only weapon effective against this system is information. And right now, we're all hyper-focused on making sure that the right information is made public and people fight and make sure that not only is Karen Reed exonerated for this, but the people who are responsible are held accountable. That's I mean, so this guy slipped on that. This guy fucked up. That's all I'm saying. This guy fucked up right there by being like, no, his memories. Okay, then you don't understand what everyone's doing here. What you're doing is you're saying without saying that you don't understand what we're all doing here. In so many words. And people are taking that personally. People are bothered by this. And it's understandable to take it personally because you got to hear that shit all the time. That's what these haters are saying. And the mainstream media is painting this picture this way. They minimize Turtle Boy as just being a controversial blogger. And they call us a mob.
Case, like it just shows his personality and how he looks at things. Like you can't just say, well, he's dead. Like, let's worry about the living now. You know, what about justice for the person that, you know, was killed? It's like that's like secondhand to him. He's like, I don't care. Let's worry about Karen.
And in the trailer, have you seen the trailer yet? I
went to go look for it today. So I watched this last night. Let me just get into how
Yeah, don't worry. When I'm through with this, I'm going to open the phone lines.
And I forgot that you and I had spoken. I didn't know who this man was. I like him a lot. So I'm watching this last night and I'm like, wow, this guy's really good. He's professional. He's not letting Turtle Boy walk all over him. He's saying what he wants. And I could see it in Turtle Boy's face, how annoyed he was getting at this man being a real journalist. And so after I immediately messaged him.
That's not why.
And he was following me. So I'm like,
that's not why Turtle Boy's annoyed. Turtle Boy, like there's a timeline of events here. And where Turtle Boy gets annoyed is when he says that John O'Keefe was lost in all of this and nobody, and that's what the critics are saying. And that's insulting.
Like, oh, that's good. Maybe he's seen some of the stuff that I've said. So I messaged him and I emailed him today. So I'm hoping to hear back from him. But this was like a moment where somebody, was able to, not get in a fight, not get nasty, but just show Turtle Boy, like I am going to show both sides of this, and you're not going to stop me no matter what you say. And the things that he said to try to stop him from looking at both sides were pathetic. Like the Jews, like Hitler, like, you don't ask anybody.
Oh, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Yeah, let's wait.
Yeah. But he also in the trailer, I don't know. So I don't know what the direction his show will be. He's going to try to cover from both sides and stuff. So, but in the trailer there are clues, right? And one of the clues is that it has the audio of Aiden yelling at Paul O'Keefe.
Oh, good. I was wondering.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not actually sure if it was Paul or Mrs. O'Keefe, Peg O'Keefe.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I do remember that moment when he kind of confronted them both outside of court, and he's included that.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Well, that's interesting you say that, because on this episode.
See, this is what's funny is they're so fucking self-oblivious that they don't understand that all they're doing after saying, after saying, I don't have any feelings about Turtle Boy one way or the other. I don't hate him. I don't like him. I don't dislike him. Right. After all that shit, right? Their actions are dictating that they hate him, because they're taking what's going on here and they're twisting it. They're saying they're trying to paint a picture that this man is a real journalist and Turtle Boy isn't. And Turtle Boy's pissed off at the fact that this guy is explaining how real journalists should be, and he failed at fucking reporting this case the proper way. That's what they're trying to twist this as, and that's not what happened at all. Turtle Boy has a chat full of very dedicated people watching this right now. Very dedicated people watching this. Like, it's going to annoy him to hear that. You know what I mean? From a guy who's calling himself a journalist. Because if you are a journalist and you're saying that you're fascinated by the split, okay, well, then get the split right. Get both sides and get them accurately,
So that we'll probably see. He says to Phelps, like, I've never booed the O'Keefes. I've never done anything like that. And then Julie Carr posted right after, here he is doing it. So it's like he just lies and he doesn't realize these things are on video, or does he? I don't know. Does he know that his followers will believe him no matter what, even though it is on video? I'm not sure.
I was in Dedham for the last two hearings, and the first one that I was there when the O'Keefe family showed up, and this was maybe one of the first times they had a large support group on their own side, which, Kate and other people like Steph put it together, and Kerry. And so they were really buoyed by having that support, but the boos on the other side were loud.
Yeah.
The pink side absolutely booed the O'Keefe family. So that's a reality.
Yeah.
However, I will say that the second time I was there, so the most recent one, the opposite happened. And so somebody put out the word that this is wrong. Finally, when they showed up, the blue side was chanting justice for JJ. Mm-hmm. And I will say, to their credit, the people on the pink side picked up the chant and did it too. So you got to give credit where it's,
okay.
Where it's
that's good. That shows some humanity.
Yep.
And that's what I mean. I mean his memory.
Right.
He needs to be remembered. He needs to be talked about. He needs to be memorialized. So it's
he is being talked about, memorialized. This is going to what this is what this guy's not really understanding. Okay, he is being memorialized through these actions, and through Karen Reed being exonerated, and through this fight and all the publicity that's coming from it is going to memorialize him stronger, much stronger than, say, if Karen Reed took a plea and then went to jail. So on top of everyone right there and then forgetting all about John O'Keefe, because they would, right after that, everyone would forget all about John O'Keefe's memory. And not only that would happen, is he would not get justice. So this man needs to understand that this is how we look at this, you know? And that's why it's, you know, it's understandable to sit there and just be like, dude, fuck, really, man, right now? Like, are you fucking saying this shit?
But it happens in every murder case. This is not unique to this case. It's just it's just something that I always advocate for.
But this isn't like any other murder case, dude.
Whenever I do a book, whenever I do a documentary, whenever I do a podcast, I spend time talking about the victim. So in order to do that here,
Turtle Boy looks like he's going to fall asleep.
I have to talk to people who
It
knew
doesn't.
John.
This part doesn't interest him.
Right.
Make it
The
about
problem
me.
with that, problem with that,
He wants
is
it to
the
be all
people
about
who,
him.
I mean, quote unquote, knew John. There's a lot of people who knew John, but they act like the only people I ever hear from on 2020 who quote unquote knew John are the people who think Karen Reed's guilty. There is plenty of people who quote unquote knew John who support Karen Reed, and I'm not sure if you got a chance to talk to any of them.
Nobody that's close to the family.
Yeah, I was going to say,
That I'm
who did
aware
you
of.
find? I would love to know.
Exactly. This is exactly, I don't know if you were in here when I said it, but that's exactly what I just explained. And I explained why. And I explained why your chat was getting upset, you know, because this guy, I don't believe it was deliberate, and I don't believe that it was malicious, but he minimized what we're doing and why we're doing it with that statement.
No, I've not heard that at all.
Yeah.
I've spoken to one. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, and of course, talking about the attacks too, right after the 2020 thing, Turtle Boy is attacking Tara, John's ex-girlfriend, who seems like, you know, a lovely, well-spoken, articulate person. And she's not coming out attacking the Free Karen Reed mob.
Not at all.
She's just coming out to speak up for John and talk about how that mob has attacked her.
Right.
Which
And
they
they
demonstrated
made
in,
they turned that into something so gross. They're like, look at her. She's still obsessed with him 20 years later. She cared about him. You can have ex-boyfriends or girlfriends that you care about, that you don't want dead, that you want justice for. And they made it like this weird thing. And it wasn't. It was her missing her friend. And he just made it so ugly. He always does that.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Spoken to one. So, but, and what I want to say about that is that I've also spoken to people who are just afraid
That lady,
to come
bro.
forward.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, like it's just so fucking stupid. These people, like,
because of the attacks.
And I'm gonna keep highlighting Turtle Boy's comments as long as he's in here, because he has a right to, like, you know, share his, you know, rebuttals as to what they're saying about him here. They are streaming his stream. If my girlfriend from 20 years ago was murdered, I'd be like, oh shit, I dated that girl 20 years ago. That's sad and crazy. Exactly. Yeah, that would be like the most. I would be like, oh fuck, you know, shit. Damn. I was wondering about her mom, you know, but I'm not gonna go on fucking 2020. You know what I mean? Like, surely there's somebody else that has been closer to him within the same decade that has thoughts on this fallen police officer. Exactly, Microdots. It's fucking exactly, dude. custom necklace that are wearing. Oh man,
that they will get.
Look
They're
at Turtle's
afraid to
face.
come out and speak because of the attacks they'll get. There's also people who have signed deals for, Netflix and other things who can't speak.
Well, they lied to you. I know the one person completely lied. There's no deal.
No. Since the time we spoke, I've spoken to several.
See, he's telling the truth that obviously people have signed deals so they can't talk, but Turtle Boy had the reason it caused anxiety with Turtle is you could see it in his face is because he doesn't have a deal. So, I mean, I wish those people hadn't signed those deals because now it limits their ability to get the word out or our ability to get the word out and change the narrative before the next trial.
I know.
So I really think it was unfortunate too. But Turtle Boy's upset about it because where's my deal? Where's my deal?
Everybody else has the deals and he doesn't. That's the problem.
Like that's not true.
Who actually have deals in place with and they just can't. They're not obligated to speak.
We'll see. We'll see. Some of those people, if I ever see any of those people on Netflix special, I'll admit I'm wrong. But I'm telling you right now, none of those people ain't never going to be on Netflix. Because a documentary, I mean, they could try. A documentary from the perspective of the McAlberts is
that's
literally burning fucking money.
Like that's what Turtle Boy was saying in the chat just now, is that he tried to talk to the fake victim about it. I hope this guy's not done, because as of yesterday, there's a lot of shit for him to to add to his podcast and his book. So I hope he hasn't sent it into the editor yet. Because but yeah, what he's saying here is that fake victim, he wanted to talk to the fake victim, but the fake victim said no because she signed a Netflix deal. And I call bullshit on that. Why wouldn't she just talk to anybody? Netflix, unless she signed over exclusive rights to her story to Netflix.
Like that's the kind of project you do if you don't want to make money.
I don't mean that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking more closer to
that's another great point, Microdots. Great point. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's play with this little scenario. If they make a documentary from that builds this entire fucking it builds this entire fucking Karen Reed is guilty narrative, and then the feds move in, what are they going to do? So now at this point, there's part of me that's like logic dictates, okay, that's bad business. If you're actually looking at all of the facts in the case and you're looking at everything, that there's a possibility of the feds moving in. As a matter of fact, if you had any smarts at all, you were just waiting for when, right? So as far as that's concerned, if you're just waiting for when, well, then guess what? You're waiting and holding off to make this Netflix documentary or whatever fucking documentary, whatever fucking production company is making it. You're holding off. It is right now. This is the worst time to release a Netflix documentary series on this case. This is the worst time to release a Hulu documentary or a fucking 2020 documentary. Clearly, that 2020 documentary was a pile of shit. At the end of the day, it was a pile of shit. It was, so it would just be stupid. Waste of millions of dollars. Exactly. So hopefully they have smart people that are saying, hey, executives, we need to wait on this. We need to hold off. Don't greenlight this just yet. Lindsay G, thank you so much. Anyone else notice the therapist when they see therapist blaming last night's live? No, I didn't. I don't know what. I'm sorry, Lindsay G, but thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't understand your super chat though.
What do you think about that, Karen?
I mean, I'm thinking to myself, when that documentary comes out, whoever produced it, created it, and Netflix are going to be rolling in the dough. I mean, look at the 2020 episode. that took off like wildfire. So, you know, and that's because it's the first time that anybody has seen anything from the other side on mainstream media and balanced. So he's wrong. I mean, it pisses him off that he's wrong.
That was not balanced, though. It wasn't balanced at all. You know how I know it wasn't balanced? Because they left out tons of vital information that it takes to understand this case fully. Tons of it. Tons of it. Tons of details in the investigation. I mean, and all I asked is that they shared some, but it wasn't balanced at all. They only focused on a couple of, I mean, the Proctor text or whatever. Right. Nobody gives a fuck about it anymore. Exactly. Nobody gives a fuck about it anymore. It's the stupidest shit in the world.
He's wrong, but he's wrong. It's going to be made.
Well, I think he's partly right.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is the difference between responsible journalism and what he does, and what Sean does,
what I
and what
mean?
Young Jelly does. Okay. If there's no question,
you see what I mean? Like, he's trying to twist this into something that it's not. He's missing the whole point. And how I know he's missing the whole point is because by the time he did this, which was tonight, when he did this tonight, it's already all over the place that it's just common knowledge that Turtle Boy was fucking railroaded, that he was railroaded and framed, that he was set up. It's common knowledge that he was set the fuck up. It's not even like a question anymore. Yeah, it was gross, Micronuts. It was gross.
question that conspiracy draws, right?
Oh,
This
yeah,
is,
no,
I mean,
you're right.
it's, you know, the show Ancient Aliens has been on for like 15 years, right?
What's up, JFK?
I mean, it's
JFK's in here. What's up, homie?
no, if the idea that aliens built the pyramids is much more interesting than the idea that Egyptian slaves built the pyramids, you know?
True.
So, and so I think he's correct in that sense, but that doesn't mean that everybody's going to play the conspiracy angle, because some of these people are journalists and have a sense of conscience about them and understand that this is a cult.
But I should back up and say this, and I think this even about my content and yours, that
You
when
need
people are
to
done
shut
with
the
conspiracy
fuck
stuff and they want to actually look into what's really going on, that at some point the people like us and the Netflix that's about the McAlberts, then people are gonna be like, wait, let me watch that. You know, let me see another point of view. Once they get through that initial,
Your name got out there, and you might be satisfied with that. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But I was like, God, another fucking just controversial blogger bullshit. You know what I mean? I thought it was annoying that they, you know, it's just the same old regurgitated bullshit. And yeah, she is painfully fucking retarded.
fun of the conspiracy, similarly to what we did. And we're like, uh-oh, let me ask questions, let me look around. Then those things are going to take off. It's like once that's fun and they realize, oh, this can't really be, they're going to look into the sources that are actually truthful. So he might be right in the beginning, but I think it might turn as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm not saying that people won't watch it at all. What I'm saying is but the
it sells, of course it does.
It always sells. And the thing too is like once you get the explanation, that
because dude, people, I haven't been completely honest with you. You are part of a cult. It is a cult, and we suckered you in. People are fucking stupid. Plevin, what is wrong with you, bro? Like, please tell us all what's wrong with you. Can you please do that, please?
I'm retarded?
Got it. Yep. I just needed a reminder, buddy.
That this was just a hit and run.
Yeah.
There's kind of no reason to watch my channel again. There's kind of no reason to watch, and because it's okay. It's just a hit and run. But for the people that believe it's a conspiracy, they're all stirred up about it, and they're going to keep watching it. So you know,
interesting.
Our side, on my side.
No, I'm talking about the O'Keefe family themselves, and that's
right.
you know.
Right.
I'm also talking about someone very, someone very close to Karen, someone very, they're very close that, that you hooked me up with, who just can't speak because of obligations to documentary people.
Did you get a chance to talk to Natalie? What did you say?
Okay, what's Turtle Boy saying here? Sandpiper has asked me multiple times to be in their doc. They realize that a doc without access to Karen, Turtle Boy, or Microdot's content is useless. Richie and I are with the same company. Now, look, okay, this is another point too. Like, I feel like McConaughey right now, man. Just patience, darling. Patience. Because just wait. Just wait. Because, dude, all that happened right now, the egg of justice just cracked. Bettero's most recent move for Turtle Boy's case is the egg's first crack. That's all. That's all it is. It's just the crack of the egg. Okay? Once that egg hatches, when all that shit comes out, Mello has to take the stand or he recuses himself. This is going to validate him. And this is going to cause a crack that goes all around the egg. All around the egg. And the egg represents Turtle Boy's case, Karen Reed's case, Sandra Birchmore's case, Jason Root's case. It's all cracking. Okay? And justice is right in the middle of all of it. People. Justice is right in the middle of all of it. And it's about to hatch. So when that happens, Turtle Boy is going to piss these people off in a way that they've never been pissed off in their life. Because Turtle Boy is going to be on every national news network on a panel. He's going to be everywhere when this happens. Because this shit doesn't happen every day. This is the most outrageous fucking case ever. And the fact that true crime is such a huge genre, it's going to be everywhere. He's going to be asked to be on every fucking podcast. Yeah, I'm telling you. He's going to be asked to be on every fucking podcast. He's going to be asked to be interviewed for every fucking documentary. He's going to be asked to do everything. He's going to be asked to make appearances. He's going to be everywhere. He's going to get a book deal. People are going to play him in a fucking movie. This shit is going to make these people insane. Insane. And I'm here for that. These people are hilarious to me, bro.
She wants nothing to do with this.
Wow. She's a talker. I mean, that's interesting because Natalie loves to talk.
Natalie likes to talk to people one-on-one.
Right.
Natalie does not want any part of being part of any documentary or being on the news.
Did. And she never did, Kevin. And both you and I have spoken to Natalie.
I love that shit because we went over that shit on here. We went over her fucking interview. We went over it. The whole thing was her trying to talk Aiden into fucking booking fucking entertainment lawyers and all kinds of shit. She had all these big plans for Turtle Boy, but she was just going to be in the background. No, dude. She wanted to pimp this motherfucker out. And it didn't go her way. And so she turned on him. That's what happened. It's just that simple. It's not even like, that's not complicated either. This Natalie person was full of shit. And then Karen was like, I don't trust her. And that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In that whole interview. Like, what are they talking about? This is what I'm talking about. They talk about facts and evidence and data. We saw the facts and data that all she's interested in is a fucking documentary. We saw it.
To Natalie, and for him to come out, and this is what bothers me so much, he would come out and say, all she wants is attention, she just wants friends, she wants this, she wants that, when none of that was the truth at all. She wanted nothing to do with it. Her family wants her to have nothing to do with it. She just wants to talk to who she wants to talk to, and she doesn't want to be a part of any of this. So for him to say that, it's just so, it's so false, and it's so the opposite, like usual, of what the truth is. You know, it's crazy.
I mean, I don't think she'd get mad at me.
Olivia Dial fucking kills me, bro. She likes to talk to people. Who the fuck else would she like to talk to other than people? Mark Wahlberg talks to animals. Yo, I'm gonna talk to a chicken. What's up, chicken? Hey, yo, did you see Boogie Nights? Say hi to your mother for me, all right?
Let me for saying this. The Netflix people were out there last week and took her and her husband to dinner and did everything they could to try to get them, but neither one of them wants any part of it, and so they're just not going to do it. And but see, he can't understand that because he's not able to put himself in someone else's shoes.
Right.
That's the nature of a psychopath, and he is not able to understand because in his existence, all he thinks about is being the center of attention.
Yep.
So he doesn't understand that not everybody's like that.
Right. And she hasn't been like that since day one. And that's why his little spin that he tried to do about her never added up, because that's not.
Listen, off the subject, Dirk Diggler does rule. And just saying, yeah, I agree with you. Dirk Diggler does rule. Okay. Like, I still say that Boogie Nights is easily Mark Wahlberg's best performance to date. Easily. That movie's fucking great. I know karate. You want to see me kick some ass?
Not what she wanted, you know. She actually probably didn't even want to be the go-between, but she was trying to be a good friend. And then now it snowballed, and here she is.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I mean, she's the reason kind of that I got. I mean, not the reason, but like, you know, she, as you know, for the first month or so, she was heavily involved in helping me out writing these stories and getting to the bottom of this. But interesting, she doesn't want to be involved now. But can you give us any insight on who you've spoken to that that no one else has? Is there anyone out there?
Yeah. Well, you've spoken to them, but
oh, are we allowed to say that? Are we allowed to say who or what, like what these people, who these people are, or is that something you want to say?
Let's hold that between me and you, close to the vest there.
Okay. Okay. So, but it is someone that's never been heard before.
At this point, like Turtle Boy's chat is already annoyed with this guy. So when that happens, right there, they're like, "Fuck, man, come on, dude!" Like,
it hasn't been
give
on in
us something.
2020 or anything like that.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
someone who's very important, very, very important.
Excellent. We look forward to hearing from whoever that person is, and maybe there's more than one of them. We'll see.
I you know, and look, and we've talked about this, you and I, and I also want to say something too that is important to me to say, that, and I don't know if this your people, your fans, Turtle Riders,
correct.
If they're, I think most might be, or some may be aware of this, but I've seen some criticism of you and some really bad, nasty attacks on your marriage and your fathering, and I've spent time with you and your kids, and you know that none of that.
I get it, man. I
get
get it.
None of that.
I just have low expectations when it comes to shit like this.
That's the type of shit that I stay away from. You know, I when people tell me this, they tell me that. You know, I've heard all kinds of different things about you, things you've done. Look, I'm not interested in stuff that hasn't been proven. People haven't been charged for. People haven't been put in jail for. Because it's all just bullshit talk to me, you know. So I'm interested in the truth, you know. I'm interested in the facts, the truth, and I guess
He has a pained expression at that. The truth is the enemy.
Yeah. And I almost kind of feel bad. I mean, maybe this is how Phelps really feels, or maybe he feels.
It looks like he's looking at chat to me.
That he has to kind of like keep it a little bit even because this podcast is coming out. I don't know how he really feels. I don't know him. I just feel like if he has heard some of the things that Turtle Boy's done in the past, and I'm talking pre-Lindsay, pre all of this, with the ex-girlfriends and sextortion and things like that, and his wife.
Well, right. Like
those things,
I mean,
would kind of put a bad taste in your mouth.
In a nutshell, what these people are doing is just twisting what's going on here to look like it's just it's a bunch of trash Turtle Boy bullshit, but that they don't feel any way about him.
Mouth as Michael. I keep calling him Michael Phelps.
Sextortion.
That's the swimmer, right?
Yes, it is. Yep. Gold medals. Yep.
So I keep confusing them, but yeah, I feel like he probably is trying to just not think about those things, but it's hard to, that's what makes his character his character.
Mm-hmm. And just guys, but when we're done this, we're going to got a special treat for you. We're going to go over something that we've hinted at before, but in a funny way, the free Karen Reed face.
What? That's going to be
what
fun.
the fuck? Too, I'll say that, an isolated clip and 144 characters is not a good fact. You know what I mean? With a case like this, and as you know, I mean, I've done hundreds of murder cases over the years. I've written books about 50 of them, and this case here, it's so important to look at the totality of this case, not sections of it, not chosen pieces of the whole, if you will. It's important to look at this case as a totality, especially when we get into the investigation part of it. Yeah, I'm not going to answer that question.
You don't want to. I mean, that's what people ultimately want to know.
Right. Yes, this is where he absolutely loses everyone. Because the thing is nobody wants. I mean, at this point, people look at anybody talking about this case and not thinking one way or the other as fucking fence sitters, like, because the evidence is in your fucking face. Like, either you fucking think she's innocent or you think she's guilty. But the problem is that if he's trying to create a bias or an unbiased perspective here, if he's trying to provide an unbiased perspective here and present this to other unbiased people and present all of the facts, if he's trying to do that, then hold on. I don't want to lose that because I don't want to lose my point here either. If he's trying to present all of the facts, it's going to be bad for what he's trying to do if he drops his opinion right then and there, because he's going to lose the viewers. Again, this guy's trying to fucking he's trying to build a brand. You know what I mean? He wants people from both sides to find what he's doing informative, right? He's trying to sell to everybody. He doesn't want to end up neglecting an entire market. That's fucking stupid. If the guy's a businessman, then the guy's a businessman. You know what I mean? And you can't expect him to be anything else. I have low expectations of this guy. I'm hoping that this thing, I know Microdots, you spoke with him as well. Ah, shit, I lost Turtle Boy's comment that I wanted to go over. Oh, well. Oh, trivia night. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in chat for that. So, yeah, this guy, I think that he's just trying to get all the facts, or at least he's coming off that way. So it's bad for business. It's bad for his brand if he drops an opinion, a biased opinion, right here in Turtle Boy of all people's fucking in his live stream. That's fucking stupid. Why the fuck would he do that? You know what I mean? But I understand people are being like, hey, is this guy just another fucking fence sitter or not? You know, and already losing patience with him. So I get the emotions that were going on in the chat too, you know, but sorry, not sorry. You got to understand where this guy's coming from, you know?
Well, you know, and here's the thing. I mean, I'm not gonna. That's not part of what I do. I mean, I'm in this. I'm a central guy.
Listen, you all, these folks right here. I'm gonna open up the phone lines when this is over. So,
coming out in this, and I'm presenting the facts. You know.
Okay, so devil's advocate here, because I get that, and
We've talked about this amongst ourselves. You know that you know how I feel about certain aspects of this case, and how I feel about other aspects.
there's the comment. So Turtle Boy said, "I've had good conversations with this guy. I think if people heard them, they'd think differently. He was too generic on here. Said a lot without saying much. Podcast will be better." See, that's all I'm trying to say is wait until the product is out there. You know, the guy he's selling a product. Wait for the product. That's all. Just wait for the product.
Right.
And I could tell you this: murder is not complicated.
No.
When you investigate. Well, when you look at any murder, it's not.
He just gave it away how he feels, I think. Don't you think, Karen?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you're free to that opinion, Danny Thomas, but I have an argument against that. And you may not like it. Actually, I'm quite certain you won't like it. But when you say things like "not me," I'm not going to wait to hear the podcast. I'm not going to wait. My mind is made up. Well, then Plevin is going to have a solid argument against you. He's going to use someone like you as an example to say they don't pay attention to all the facts. And he wouldn't be wrong. If you're sitting here and publicly saying that your mind is made up before you even hear this podcast, well, then you're not actually paying attention to all the facts. And then you're proving Plevin's point for him. Yeah, same here. Same here, Turtle Boy.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not a mind reader, but just you could tell by the reaction. I'll even replay it for a second. And his reaction to Turtle Boy's comment.
Of the whole, if you will. It's important to look at this case as a totality, especially when we get into the investigation part of it.
And he's trying to be really careful with his words. That's another reason why he's coming off so fucking generic. There's no escaping it. He's going to sound generic. You know, he's trying to be real careful with his words and not say, I don't want to take sides here. You know what I mean? Like he's trying not to say that because he also knows that the chat is getting angry. They're growling, you know, they're growling at him.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that question.
You don't want to. I mean, that's what people ultimately want to know. It's
well, you know, and here's the thing. I mean, I'm not going to. That's not part of what I do. I mean, I'm in this. I'm a central guy. I'm coming out in this, and I'm presenting the facts. You know.
Okay, so devil's advocate here, because I get that, and
we've talked about this amongst ourselves. You know that. You know how I feel about certain aspects of this case and how I feel about other aspects of this case.
Right.
And I could tell you this: murder is not complicated.
No.
When you investigate, well, when you look at any murder, it's not complicated. And usually the most simplest explanation is the explanation. There are anomalies, of course, but usually the simplest explanation is the explanation. So I am not going to be coming out and saying one way or the other here. I'm going to allow people to speak, you know, and
right.
You know, you do a lot of speaking. Other people speak, as you mentioned. You did mention
because
to me,
I'll just say that. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mentioned what? I want to hear that sentence.
Well, you mentioned Sean, but you did mention to me, you know, hey, you know,
Sean has his sources and I have mine. It's like that's one thing. People always
Right.
ask me about Sean's tweets, and I'm like,
That's the thing.
I always say the same thing. I have no.
He keeps saying things that that people who know every single detail of this case are going to go, dude, wait a second, no. Sorry, Clever was doing it again. There's so many people who know so much. Like here's an example. He says murder isn't complicated, yet the Commonwealth needed to call 70 witnesses, couldn't decide on a theory of motor vehicle homicide until 2 years later. Good point. Paid and hired 2 digital experts to try to defend Jen McCabe. Right. I mean, that's what Aiden Turtle Boy meant when he just said, you're right. It's not in this case. When he says murder isn't complicated, you're right. Not in this case. It isn't. The injuries that John O'Keefe sustained are consistent with someone who got beat to death and discarded. Simple. It's very simple to me. It's very simple to the rest of us who have looked at all of the details of this case. But it's irresponsible to say, well, murder isn't complicated. He didn't actually exactly say that. So I want to be very clear. He didn't exactly actually say that. But it's irresponsible to say that murder isn't complicated and the simplest solution is the simplest answer, implying that Karen backing into her car and being backing her car into him and being drunk is the simplest explanation. That in this case, no. Occam's razor in that sense does not apply. Occam's razor absolutely applies to this case when you look at all the facts, when you analyze every single thing, when you look at the lack of witness statements, when you look at the conflicting witness statements, when you look at the collection of evidence, when you look at the preservation of evidence, when you look at the chain of custody of evidence, all of these things dictate that Karen Reed, and then you look at the 2 ARCA experts who are, and I love this shit. Everybody keeps talking about, oh, well, you know, like I keep seeing that shit on Twitter, the argument, and well, 9 people decided that Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe and killed him. Okay, cool. 9 people, right? 9 people who never heard that the 2 ARCA experts were not hired by or they did hear that, but they assumed it anyway, who never heard that they were hired by the FBI for their own independent investigation. 9 people who never heard that Michael Morrissey's office was under federal investigation, and part of the reason for that was because of the way this case was handled. Those are 9 people that did not know those details. So I don't want to hear about those 9 people because Bev made sure that Lally got to keep a lot of shit out that was very exculpatory. So I don't want to hear that argument of 9 people decided. It's 9 people who didn't get all the facts. Facts that I am convinced would have exonerated Karen Reed with those 9 jurors. 100%.
No fucking clue who Sean in the Gulf talks to. So I can't verify.
What do you think, Karen?
I mean, it's so funny to me when Sean and Turtle Boy try to like not back each other up, but still kind of back each other up. You know,
I agree 100%.
Stuff is so crazy that it's like way.
I agree 100% that Bev is the biggest problem with how this case turned out. Like the building blocks matter. people, the foundation of how this trial the foundation of how this trial built up, that affected how this case turned out, how the trial turned out. And that foundation was built on Bev's decisions to either deny or allow motions. This trial was fucked at pretrial. And that's not even entertaining the fact that this should have never went to trial in the first place because of all the exculpatory evidence. That this trial should have never even happened based on the motions that Jackson and Yannetti filed. That's a fact as well. Bev set this up to go the way that it did. That's a fact. She absolutely sabotaged it before it even started. I agree.
Way out there. And then we have Turtle Boy, who's like a layer down. And then
That's his way of saying, I have no fucking idea where Sean comes up with this shit.
yeah, exactly. Without totally saying, he's
that was the nicest thing he could say. He could figure out to do it.
Yep.
To me, hey,
Sean has his sources and I have mine. It's like that's one thing. People always ask me about Sean's tweets, and I'm like, I always say the same thing. I have no fucking clue who Sean in the Gulf talks to, so I can't verify or deny anything he has to say.
That doesn't mean that
he does his thing.
That doesn't mean that Aiden finds Sean not credible. That's not what that means. That's not what he's saying there. He's saying, I don't fucking invest 100% in anything anybody fucking says. I know what I know and what I see and the fucking information that I've collected through my own investigations. I know who my sources are and I go by that. Sean has his sources and that's it. Like, that's not complicated. That's not complicated.
And I do mine, and I like Sean. That's my policy on Sean.
Oh, you can't argue with the experience he had.
It's a policy, Karen.
Yeah.
So which tells you he's not even saying he actually likes him. When you say I like someone and then you say that's my policy, you're saying I'm not going to stir up the apple cart, so I'm going to say this. That's
right. And let me take this moment to point out that their last blow up was months back, right? And this was what it was about. So Sean had found out that Turtle Boy was talking about Karen's guilt.
Who the fuck doesn't like Sean, dude? Like, I fucking love Sean, dude. Like, that dude is fucking great. that dude is so passionate about this case and so passionate about injustice for Karen. I don't even want to hear that shit. Like, everybody fucking likes Sean. Everybody with common sense who knows that fucking Karen Reed is innocent likes Sean, dude. You got to be an idiot. Like,
in front of
you don't have to invest 100% into what he says. You know what I mean? You don't have to do that. But you're a fool if you don't like him. The guy is fucking doing everything. He's great. And he's applying fucking decades of experience in federal law enforcement to everything that he's talking about. When I hear that dude's got credibility with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to doubt what this dude says.
And one of his ex-girlfriends. So, of course, the girlfriend heard this and now knows that Turtle Boy knows Karen is guilty and that Bradle knows Karen is guilty. So Sean gets wind of this and he does this crazy post on X, like, you never talk about inside info in front of the gumad. Bullshit. Like it's a mafia war, He's like, you never let that slip. So he does this long post and then
dude, he's using a fucking analogy, bro. Like it's not even, you know what I mean? Like he's just a guma is a fucking side piece, dude. Like, It's so fucking ridiculous. These people are so stupid.
And now they're like fighting, you know, and he messages me on the side, Sean, and he's like, go watch us. We're fighting on Twitter. And I'm like, dude, you blocked me because he always blocks me and unblocks me. So I'm watching this fight and I'm like, is he seriously admitting that he knows that Turtle Boy gave out this information in front of his lawyer and he's this pissed about it that he's putting it out there? So somehow Karen must have gotten to both of them. And then they end up having their little like YouTube war about it. And it's like not even a war. It's like not even an argument. They're just like, all right, let's agree to disagree. And everybody forgot about it.
That's totally what
I think
happened.
they got the, you know, Karen was like, cut the shit.
Again, here we are in all of this, and they're just focusing on totally irrelevant shit and lying, apparently, about it. And now, like, but not one mention of what's very public right now is the very people who he's been having on his channel. It has been proven that they colluded with Lally and Tully to set Turtle Boy up. This is the fact. They're refusing to even acknowledge it, like it's not even a thing. Exactly, dude. Like, it's so crazy. It's so fucking funny that they're just like la 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 la, like to this undisputable fact. They're just like la 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 la. I don't want to hear the proof.
Like, I don't want to hear it from either of you.
Yeah.
So, but it was so funny that he had deleted the post, of course, of the one, you know, accusing Turtle Boy of doing that. But they all know. They all know. And one of these days, people are going to figure that out.
So Karen's the godfather, huh? She put down
Yes,
the orders.
she controls all. Oh man, it's so
We need a
funny.
name for that, like the Vodfather or something like that.
Yeah, the VOD. That's great.
Right. And that's why I spoke to him. I mean, you can't argue with over 30 years of law enforcement experience. So I'd like to have some of that experience into the podcast and see what he has to say. You know, I mean, when he starts making allegations, I need to see the sources. I need to back that stuff up.
And you've asked me about a couple of those, about Sean's tweets, and I'm like, I have no fucking clue. Like, I don't know. Sean's got his sources. I got mine. That's my policy on Sean.
Yeah.
You know?
So now what were you going to ask me?
I was going to ask, like, I was just going to say this. It's like, because I get that you do true crime, and in most stories, you want to share both sides of it. And I get that. To me, and to a lot of my followers, when they look at this, it's like, this ain't that story. Like, it would be like if you were a historian, or if you're Ken Burns, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to make a documentary on the Third Reich, and I want to get Hitler's perspective. You know what I mean? I just want to get his perspective. Like, tell us why gassing the Jews was a good thing. Like, why? Tell me why you think that. Like, we should really hear from. That's the way the majority of people watching.
I was listening to this live last night, right? I was listening to this live last night, and as soon as he said that, I was like, the trolls are just gonna fucking twist that shit. Like, I mean, I've used Hitler as an example so many times, dude. You know, he's saying, yeah, I want to get all the facts. If I had a chance to sit down with Hitler to try to understand and inform people what was going through his fucking head during the fucking the most fucking vile fucking shit any human being in history has ever fucking done, like, yeah, I'd want to fucking try to understand it. That's the whole reason I fucking talk about true crime. I'm trying to understand it. I mean, what the fuck are we doing here? You know? Like, it's perfectly, I mean, he went the most far way you could go, the furthest way of evil to make his point, that I will talk to the most evil fucker that ever existed to try to understand what the fuck he was thinking, you know? But because he went into detail and he said things like, why did you gas the Jews and why did this and why that? Oh my God, he can't say things like that. He can't talk about facts and history and use them as examples. And clutch their fucking pearls. Like, if that's where you go, that tells me everything about you.
right now. That's the way we view this. Is that like the other side is fucking stupid, and like.
What do you think?
Oh my God. So the other side is stupid. He's going to mention you.
I mean, yeah. Why do I get the feeling that they're about to prove the point right now?
Soon and say, that
like I know it. Like, look, I know it's about to happen. I feel like, oh my God, just any second.
It's fucking stupid. The way we view this is that like the other side is fucking stupid, and like.
What do you think?
So, and then they're gonna fucking chime in.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is
Oh my God. So the other side is stupid. He's going to mention you soon and say, that we're just like the biggest idiots. So, I mean, this is an extreme example that he's giving, and he's doing that for a reason. He's really trying to get this guy to not ask any questions from anybody else who may have a different idea. But I think this guy knows better. I really do. I mean, he spoke to you, so it's probably.
See, I think.
What? What the fuck are they talking about?
And he's doing that for a reason. He's really trying to get this guy to not ask any questions from anybody else who may have a different idea. But I think this guy knows better. I really do. I mean, he spoke to you, so
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying if you have all the facts, and he's just being nice because the guy's up there. But if I'm Turtle Boy, I'm getting frustrated at this point because I want to make the point and say, dude, like, if you have all of the facts, then there's no way that you're not going to think that anybody who thinks that Karen Read is guilty at this point isn't fucking stupid. There's no way. If you have common sense and you've written all these books on fucking true crime, dude, if you have all of the facts of this case and you understand, you've followed other cases, you've covered other cases, you've written about other cases, then you have to understand the fact that these people are going to look at you like, dude, if you know all of the facts, then why the fuck are you even entertaining anybody else's fucking side of this? They're going to fucking sound stupid. Anybody at this point who thinks that Karen Read is guilty is fucking dumb. I've said it 100 times. I have no idea how many times I've said on this channel and said, at this point, if you think that Karen Read is guilty, you are fucking retarded. And I say that with my whole fucking chest. You are so fucking dumb if you think that Karen Read is guilty at this point. You are either just plain fucking ignorant, and if you've actually followed all of the facts, then you are fucking stupid. See, Plevin falls under the category to me as ignorant and stupid. Because not only is he ignoring all of the facts that dictate that Karen Read is innocent, but he's stupid in the sense that he continues the narrative thinking that he's going to benefit somehow from it. It's the dumbest fucking shit in the world, dude. Like, it makes no sense. Like, so, I mean, Plevin, are you getting it? Are you getting it?
I'm retarded?
Yeah, I didn't think so. I just didn't think so. Oh, man. And I thought I had you right there, Plevin. I thought I did. And I was just like...
See, I think there are examples of things in history and crimes where the facts are so predominant that it doesn't make sense to debate them.
Yeah, there are.
And to me, I would say like the Richard Allen case in Delphi is probably one of them. But there are cases like that, or maybe the O.J. Simpson. But when you know for a fact, well, based on Turtle Boy's interviews and the information,
what's Plevin's play when he's wrong? Double down. That's Plevin's play when he's wrong. He doubles the fuck down. Yo, Broken Baker, what's up, buddy? Thanks, man. Sorry, just woke up, but why is the stripper still dressed and why does coffee still sound even stupider this morning? I love that people. Okay, Broken Baker, once you rub your eyes and you have a little coffee, if you're a coffee drinker in the morning, you'll realize that this is actually not Twattendoffer. This is actually the Timu Twattendoffer. Karen some shit. Twatten Karen. I don't know who the fuck she is. She's not Twattendoffer. She's just the Twattendoffer replacement.
Information that went straight to Karen's defense team.
Mhm.
That at least nine of the jurors completely dismissed the idea of a conspiracy because nine of them ended up thinking that she was guilty of manslaughter.
There it is.
And the other three.
There it is. There it is. Again, that same fucking argument. The same fucking argument, which the focus of this argument, 9 jurors thought that she hit him, but didn't hit him on purpose, right? Manslaughter, right? That's the argument. 9, but if those jurors knew that those 2 ARCA experts were hired by the FBI in an investigation into Michael Morrissey's office due to the handling of this case, if they knew that, those 9 people would not have voted guilty. And he's failing to mention that. He's failing to point that out. He's failing to point out the fact. He's failing to acknowledge the fact that there is an open investigation into Michael Morrissey's office conducted by United States Attorney Josh Levy. He's absolutely avoiding this fact. That is what you call willfully ignorant. And that is the definition in which that I have redefined the word retarded, because I'm keeping the word alive. I don't give a fuck what people say. I don't give a fuck what you fucking little politically correct fucking values and your delicate sensibilities are. I would never use that word to describe somebody with any mental deficiencies. I only use that word to describe the willfully ignorant. And Plevin is exactly that, willfully ignorant, which makes him, in my book, fucking retarded.
That doesn't mean the other 3 accepted the idea of a conspiracy. They just may have had some doubt.
Right.
So you're talking at least 9 jurors have completely dismissed a conspiracy theory that he thinks that people are supposed to accept as fact without questioning.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it's like, I think what they've done with that whole piece, because it doesn't fit their story, is they had focused so hard on charge 1 and charge 3, like, oh, 12 of them completely know she didn't do this or whatever. And they ignore charge 2, which is pretty major. That means these people know that her car came in contact with his body. That's all they need to know. That means they didn't believe the physics guys, the crash daddies, the conspiracy. It means they didn't believe like 98% of what was put out there by the defense. And that is crushing to the defense. So they are going to have to work hard.
Despite a very ineffective prosecution.
Yeah, exactly.
She was 3 votes shy of going to prison for a very long.
Stop. Listen, stupid. Again, they didn't believe the crash daddies because they didn't know the nature of the crash daddies' existence in this case. Had they known how credible the crash daddies actually were, if Judge Bev had allowed that to happen, those 9 people would not have thought Karen Reed was guilty or even hit John O'Keefe with her car. Period.
Long time.
Right. And they're just, they want to ignore it because it doesn't fit. But just think of, if you have a prosecution that really focuses on a lot of the things that we've spoken about that they should, and it seems like this guy is going to, I mean, she's screwed. They can only do better, the Commonwealth, this time around.
The dumbest people in the world are on.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Like, start it right. Hold on.
Is going to. I mean, she's screwed. They can only do better.
Right from there, where she said she's screwed,
the Commonwealth this time around.
The dumbest people in the world.
Yeah, and then end it at the dumbest people in the world. That's it's just right there, right where she says that the prosecution is going to have a better chance the second time around, and then Turtle Boy going, the dumbest people in the world. Oh my God, that is fucking fantastic, dude.
Are on the other side, the Plevins of the world, the liars of the mentally unbalanced people. It's a very small percentage of the population. And so that's why I think
Actually, you gotta get that whole thing in there. You gotta get that whole fucking thing in there. The dumbest people in the world think that Karen Reed is guilty.
20 tried to produce their whole, like, balanced whatever. It was, it was just all his friends and family on there being like, everybody who thinks Karen Reed is innocent is mean to us and they're booing us, which is a lie. We never booed them. That was a complete.
It's recorded. It was showed in the 2020 episode. I witnessed it.
It was.
It's bullshit.
Okay. Now, Turtle Boy does not say that clip does not exist. He says that they were booing someone else as John O'Keefe or Paul O'Keefe and the family walked up there. They were booing someone else. That's Turtle Boy's argument to that they were booing someone else. And when people started, I believe Turtle Boy also said that when people started booing Paul O'Keefe, he told them to stop. Well, he's saying he witnessed it, video of it. I think that's what he means, Olivia. I don't think he's trying to say that he was there.
There's plenty of video of him confronting the O'Keefes.
Yes.
Online, he's called Peg O'Keefe the C word several times. He said early on that the entire O'Keefe family deserved to burn in hell because they don't believe in this absurd conspiracy theory that nobody believed, that no sane people really believe in. But
yeah.
That's like equivalent to the very fine people hoax. It's a complete lie. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Well, first of all,
the dumbest people in the world.
The opinions you gave about people and all that. That's not. I don't do that.
100%
So
accurate.
and the Hitler thing. I'm just going to stay away from that.
But you got my point with that, right? That like not everything deserves not everything.
Yeah, see, again, this guy he's protecting a brand. So he's like, I'm not going to touch the Hitler stuff. I'm not even going to fucking put myself in a position to where anybody can twist that and it's going to affect my money. That is what he's saying right here. And I get it. I understand it. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's just like that fucking lady, right? That fucking lady, the body language expert lady that I had on here. That lady, she was all fine with being on here until she fucking, because she didn't vet my channel. She didn't want to be involved with somebody who fucking in their intro is fucking rubbing and fucking gyrating in the face image of Bullhorn Betty, oh my God, my husband lost his shit. Like, okay, clutch your pearls, lady. She doesn't care about, and I get it, and I understand it. What I'm saying is that's another conversation. She should have fucking vetted my channel before agreeing to come on. But the thing is that I get that she is like, oh my God, I don't want to be involved in that. She doesn't care that the explanation behind that is that this guy was trying to troll me by clipping me doing a dance. And every time, because he uses fucking Streamlabs or whatever the fuck, every time somebody super chats him or becomes a member, he has it set to where that video clip shows up and he's trying to make fun of me and troll me every time it shows up on his channel. And I was streaming him to troll him, and he had Bullhorn Betty on as a guest. So every single time somebody fucking super chatted him or or got a new membership like Ernie Birdie just did here. Thank you so much. Well, member for 2 months. Thank you. Every time that happened, my image of me dancing would show up right in Bullhorn Betty's face, and it looked like I was just like fucking rubbing my shit all up in her face. And so that was it was a beautiful troll, dude. Like I totally reversed the troll and I didn't even try. And I fucking was cracking up. And that's in my intro. My intro from me cracking up at the beautiful fucking poetic justice in that is in the intro. Now, she doesn't care about all those details. All she cares about is being on a channel where some dude is doing that to a woman. See what I'm saying? That's this guy's argument here. I'm not even going to touch the fucking Jews and fucking, you said Jews, and I'm not saying a fucking thing that anybody could twist around. So that's Turtle Boy and this guy are cut from a very different cloth. And this is why they're not meshing well with Turtle Boy's audience right now.
Everything is a both sides thing.
And that's not what this is. This isn't a seesaw back and forth. That's not that's not what I'm saying here. I think you are now. Well, let's give it some context because everything deserves context. I have a podcast, Paper Ghosts, and that's an investigative podcast. Me on the ground. The first season I spent 12 years producing that. The second season I spent 5 years.
Okay. I promised that I was going to take phone calls tonight, and we've been going 3 hours, folks. So I'm gonna go ahead and get to that.
You know, in Canada, in tech,
I'm gonna go ahead and get to that. So I'm gonna open the phone lines if anybody wants to call in. Take a few phone calls because I did promise we were going to do that, and I'm not trying to be here all night. But remember, folks, that it's in its very conceptual phase right now. It's in its very conceptual phase right now. But I'd like to do a 12-hour live stream, and I want to do it as a fundraiser for Karen Reed. Actually, Jesus Christ, I keep forgetting to do this. Actually, you know what? I don't have it though. God damn it. We're just gonna have to settle for Karen, but we're gonna do one for Turtle Boy as well. We need to do one for Turtle Boy. All right, so it's pinned to the top if anybody wants to donate to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. Listen, it's always in the description. So if I forget to put it in chat and then pin it to the top, just remember I'm just fucking burnt out. So I always forget. I'm a fucking burnout. So I always forget. But always know that it's always in my description. Always. And I need to get Turtle Boy's link in there too. Especially now. I mean, like we need to get Turtle Boy some money raised because he's got a fight ahead of him right now. And it's going to benefit Karen Reed as well. So all right. If anybody wants to call in, they can. Yeah, so so yeah, I should plan 2 of these.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
I'm the guy that sent the really dark super chat.
Oh, some guy with cancer. What's up, buddy?
Oh, nothing. I was listening to you and Plevin was talking, and all I could think is, oh my God, I want to slam my head in the door, make it stop. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's something else, isn't he?
I don't get it. I mean, short of being mentally retarded or getting paid a lot of money to embarrass yourself, I don't see why he doesn't.
I mean, that's right. Both of those things don't happen. So I don't get it.
I don't either. And whoever he had on, listening to her, like, you listen to her and you realize why men die younger than women, because you listen to her and all you can do is want to die.
All right. I want to keep these phone calls short, but some guy with cancer, I'm going to take the next call because I have to end this call on that note because that was the funniest shit in the world. We love you, some guy with cancer. Get better.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Well, quick update.
Okay.
Went
Let's hear
to the doctor this week.
Okay.
Went to the doctor this week. Scans look good. Everything was stable. So all's good for now. So
beautiful.
We'll leave it with that.
We love it. Some guy with cancer is kicking cancer's got ass. Everybody in the chat, please type fuck cancer. Can you guys do that, please? All right, some guy with cancer. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Talk to you later.
Fuck cancer.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Leah calling.
Hi, Leah.
How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Well, I'm just great. I want to thank you for these late night shows that you have because I have my hours switched up. I stay awake all night and sleep during the day. So it really gives me a, like you say, entertainment.
Right on. I love it. Good. I'm glad I could do that.
What I love the most is your giggle, your laugh. It just kills me.
Really?
Yes.
I get that a lot doing this channel, man. Like people are like, oh, your laugh is contagious. But I have fun here, man. You know, you gotta find the blessings, man. There's blessings in everything. And the key to happiness is finding the blessings and being grateful for them. I guarantee that.
Yeah, I count my blessings every day.
That's awesome. Yes.
I just wanted to say that that comment that you made about that woman.
Which one?
That she, that woman that you had earlier that was talking, and you said, you know, she must have been hit by the court TV. Do you remember that comment you made?
Are you talking about? Not really.
Okay, sorry. Anyway,
No, it's
it
okay,
was so
Leah.
funny.
It's okay.
It was so funny. I just died laughing. It was the funniest thing I'd heard today.
Well, right on. I'm glad I could make you laugh. That's all if I could bring joy to people, man, then it is not a wasted life.
It's not wasted at all. Look, I'll let you go. I know you want to keep these short, and just keep on being you.
Right on. Thank you, Leah.
Okay, bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Leah's awesome. Leah's awesome.
Call from.
Ciao.
Hello.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
What's up? It's Megan. I can't believe I got through.
What's up, Megan? You got through.
Kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy.
No, I was just watching the show tonight, and it's crazy how irrelevant Plevin is. That he thinks he can like bring people together by shit talking turtle boys.
It's just so funny, dude. Like, it's so pathetic and so sad, but it's so funny.
He's so done. And then he says, I don't feel any way about Turtle Boy. What?
That's,
You're having a whole show shit talking Turtle Boy.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
How do you feel about that guy? What? Oh my God, I don't even remember.
Phelps, how do I feel about him? I'm reserving my full opinion until his podcast comes out.
Yeah, that's how I kind of feel too.
Yeah.
I know the chat got crazy, and I kind of stood back because I'm curious. I'm curious to see who he interviewed on the other side. I'm very curious.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm curious. Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, I'm just waiting to see what his and it doesn't mean he doesn't have an opinion, you know, like it's just he does things a certain way. See, that's why I don't consider this work. Okay, people are like, wow, man, you work so hard. I'm like, no, I don't. Like, this is fun to me. I have a blast doing this, but it's not work because I don't have to fucking put on an act. I don't have to, I'm just a silly fucking person. I feel comfortable doing this, and so I'm just a silly fucking dickhead, and so it's not work. But what that guy does is work. He has to watch his P's and Q's. He has to be very careful about what he says and how he says it, and blah blah blah, because it might affect his brand. And I just, to me, if I made a shit ton of money doing exactly what he's doing that way, I would not feel successful. Now he might, but if I have to censor myself and not be myself, I consider myself successful right now because I was able to, on the fly, just go to Boston, right? And I was able to do that because I say whatever the fuck I want, and I could be myself and not fucking worry about it. I don't have to put any fucking work into it. I don't have to fucking be careful and not say a bad word. And oh my goodness, what if I said the word Jews and then it gets twisted and it's too much. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So I consider myself just as successful as him, but I understand to him, he's tried to appeal to as large of an audience as he can, and the smart way to do that is to just play it safe. That's not for me, but I understand that that's how it's usually done.
Right. Yeah, I know. I wouldn't be able to do that either. I'm too opinionated.
Right. Exactly.
Guess people in his position are successful because they stay neutral and they try to just get the facts and let everyone else decide, right?
Right.
Mm.
Oh, Ashley Lauren wants me to temporary wrench her. Sure. Hold on a second. No, the fuck, crazy.
Come on, Will, just do it.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna end this and take the next caller, okay?
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye. Oh, okay. I see something's going on. Hold on. Yeah, burden of proof. Thank you. There's somebody named Steve Coate. Who's Steve Coate?
Call from Viviana.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, it's Viviana.
Viviana, hold on 1 second. I got to work something out in my
Yes,
chat here.
I'm in Canada.
I got to put you on hold there for
No
a
worries.
second, Viviana.
Okay.
Who's Steve? Let's see. Yeah, go ahead and boot him. Yeah, get rid of him. Fuck that guy. Douchebag.
Who, Steve? Yeah.
Okay.
Who cares?
Yeah, I didn't see what was going on there. So, okay. I see what you're doing. I appreciate the offer though. The person who was asking me for a wrench. I get it. Okay. What's up? I'm all yours now.
So, well, I'm in Canada, and
I'm sorry.
I came across your. Don't be sorry. It's amazing up here. You wish you were Canadian.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Anyhow, besides that, it's actually fairly nice still here, so it's all good. No, I started watching you, and to be honest, the very first time I ever saw one of your videos was I came across accidentally. I don't even know what I was doing. Anyhow, you were kind of annoying, but I kind of liked it, so I kept watching. And next thing you know, I'm like, oh my God, this whole thing is just incredible. Like, the whole Karen Reed thing, right? And anyhow, watching today, Plevin and his guest had really zero substance to their show. This is why he gets
he never,
no
right.
people listening.
Yeah, he never does have anybody
There's never. No, and there's never really any point they make. Like, they were repeating off each other, and it was ridiculous. Like, there was really zero.
Hold on.
Point made.
Let's back up here for a second. What was the name again? How do you say it?
Viviana.
Viviana. Okay, hold on.
Viviana.
Okay, we need to.
Yes.
We need to back up.
I'm Latina. Yo hablo español, just
Okay, you said something about I'm annoying. Let's explore that.
I found you annoying.
And why?
First.
And why?
You were,
Pray tell.
Like, why did we have to back up that far?
We have to. It's got to be done. You don't get to come on my show and then say shit like that and not have to explain yourself.
Well, okay, so I can't even remember what it was. It was something you said, and I was like, oh my God, this guy's so annoying. But I stuck around.
Oh.
And I'm like, I'm going to leave it on. And then I did a subscribe. Like, no, I'm not a member, whatever, no private shit. But because I'm broke, because I'm an artist. So,
all right. Yeah, we have no use for you. Don't you know this is a grifter channel? I'm getting rid of you. Bye.
Fine. Anyhow, but actually, it was more the way then you started explaining certain things about the whole Karen Reed thing, and of course, I became really curious. And then I went to find Turtle Boy, and then binged on Turtle Boy and everybody else. And of course, Mark Betterow. Who does not like Mark Betterow?
Yeah.
Like,
if you don't like Mark Betterow, there's something wrong with you.
And when you said that today, I was like, "Yep, there's got to be something wrong with people if they."
Thank you, Burden of Proof,
whatever.
by the way.
He doesn't. He doesn't say things without
them actually having a point. And that's what I liked about even you, or, you know, like when you talk about even your own personal stuff, you have a point as to why you're sharing it with us. And I find that that's engaging. And what a lot of these people who are, you know, like, I mean, even there's even pro Karen Reed people who are just not as engaging as you and Turtle Boy and who else is there? There is, well, Mike. Mike is funny, and you know, there's what's his name with the voice, who's big huge guy. Whenever I've seen pictures of you guys all together, which is only a couple because there's only been twice that you guys have all been together.
Yeah, Mazzamedia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy crow, he's a giant.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
How tall are you?
6'1".
6'1". So what is he? 6'7", 6'8"?
Oh, I think he said 6'5".
He's gigantic. Okay. Well, he's gigantic. So it's just funny to see. But you know, and he's so positive. It's nice to listen to him. You know, he goes on and on and on, and just it's so nice to hear the positivity.
Yeah, you
But
know,
you guys are all just
Maz is
incredible
like
at explaining shit.
You know, Maz is like burning the ladies down, dude. There's nobody that tall who's just not like, just breaking ladies in half. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. Let's just get real. You guys see tall men like that, and you guys are like, "Is he single?"
Isn't that hilarious? Though that women are so funny that way. But you know, but it's true. We sort of can be kind of, you know. I feel bad for all the guys who are as tall as me. I'm 5'3", so.
Oh. Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I'm Latina, so I tower over a lot of Latino men.
Oh, yeah, that's a fair statement.
Pardon me. No, but it's hilarious because my aunt, when I went to Guatemala to visit, they were like, what do they feed you in Canada? Like, how come you guys are so tall? And I'm like, I'm short in Canada. Like, seriously short.
So what?
And she's like, no, like, you guys.
What took you to Canada from Guatemala?
Oh, my dad's an engineer.
Okay.
My dad was an engineer for a mining company, INCO, which is International Nickel.
Is this going
to take long? And they had a mine in Guatemala. No, they had a mine in Guatemala. And when they closed, they offered him a job because he was good at what he did. So they offered him a job either in Indonesia or Canada, but they didn't say where in Canada. So we ended up in the most northern,
Redwood Forest?
most central. Okay, look at a map of Manitoba.
Where did you end up? Jesus Christ. Oh, we don't know where
Northern
we're going.
Manitoba.
We're just going to Canada.
Nowhere in Manitoba. It's called Thompson. That's basically what it was. We're going to Canada. Okay, great. We get off the plane. You have to walk across the tarmac, and it was minus 40 below, which makes it minus 60 with the wind chill, which I don't know what you guys do Fahrenheit. So you might have to do the math on this.
Yeah.
This is in Celsius, but it was fucking cold.
Yeah.
It was the worst. I had never experienced, obviously, I hadn't even stuck my head in the freezer when I was a kid, so maybe I should have started with that. Because getting off that airplane that first day, let's just say we all wanted to cry. It was scary. Okay. And it was pitch black outside at 9 a.m.
Wow. Yeah. Canada's got that weird shit where it's like fucking dark 6 months out of the year and sunny 6 months the other. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
The further north you go, it's crazy.
I would be Al Pacino in that movie.
It does kind of get on your nerves.
I would totally be him. I would like freaking out, paranoid of everything, no sleep. Yeah, I would go crazy.
Oh, you'd fall asleep. You get so sleepy. It's so dark out. You're like, oh, it's sleepy time. Oh, it's only 3 p.m.
But I don't know how you do that. It's crazy.
It fit really well with us Latinos taking naps in the afternoon. You know, you must have a nap. No, you don't nap.
Yeah, I nap sometimes. I nap today.
Napping is so.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I did too. No, it's that's how you stave off boredom and cold. Just
Yeah.
go have a nap and
Right on.
curl up under your
That's why Canadians are so nice.
blankets and stuff. Anyhow,
They get plenty of sleep.
yes,
Yeah.
we get naps. We play in the snow. We're exhausted from shoveling. But it's all good. It was raining today, so no snow yet.
Okay.
Anyhow, the only reason I called was to tell you that those two idiots sounded like just so dumb.
Yeah.
Plevin and whatever
Oh yeah.
kind of look like
They're
Coffin
always
Daffer.
yeah. It's always safe default content. I seriously, I was like, oh,
You know what?
I feel like going
think you
live.
mentioned
So
something
that's totally what happened. I was like, I
about
feel like going live. So I was
right.
like, Plevinisms, Call Ins, easy show. Yeah.
Well, the funniest part was when you mentioned that Coffin Daffer is not talking to him right now. So what happened?
I don't know. I don't know.
You pissed off at him? I don't know.
No.
Anyhow,
I was
what's really funny is like Coffin, the girl he had on is like the Coffin Daffer version from Wish.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Timu, I think I said
Or
Timu.
from Timu, I don't know.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It's like the more vapid version of the really. I mean, did you take anything away from what she said that you would be like, oh yeah, that's cool?
No,
right? Okay, see?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Well, nobody
I was
does.
waiting for like an aha moment for a second. I try and give them that little tiny bit of benefit of the doubt when they're like talking.
I always do.
That they might come up with something
I always
intelligent.
I always have a little hope for Plevin. I don't know why.
Me too.
I always do.
But the only times I've ever watched him was when you put him on, because I refuse to click on his yellow cottage BS. And so,
well, that's why I'm here.
I've only ever watched him elsewhere. Yeah, I know you fill in those gaps.
Yeah.
When you first mentioned Plevin, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? So then I saw a video on there, and then you had it on, and it's like, yeah, I'm not even going to go search for this guy.
All right. Well, thank you for calling. I'm gonna take the next call now.
Well, I'll let you take more calls.
Yeah, take a nap.
Sounds good. Okay, take it. No, it's bedtime. Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, it's Carly.
Hi, Carly.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am, well, between last night and the rest of today and now tonight, I can't be more pissed.
Why
and
are
I'm
you?
going to start cussing.
Why are you pissed?
Did not don DDUs and serve 10 years in the military for those lazy fat fucks to turn around and use the Constitution to wipe their asses.
That's what I'm talking about.
You guys reading those documents last night.
Yeah.
I was wanting to touch Proctor.
You're right.
But all I could do was hold a cat.
Yeah.
Not quite the same thing, but it's just like, oh, if I lived in Massachusetts, I'd already be in jail.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be trumped up charges.
It's wild. Like, if they call these people an angry mob, but I find them to be quite rational considering the circumstances.
I just, to hear it and to read how they colluded with the Food Stamp 5 because they didn't like Turtle Boy airing out the dirty laundry of Brian Albert.
Yeah.
What, does he shit gold for the state or something?
Right. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Everyone is throwing their lives away and their careers away
fuck all the
to
McAlberts.
protect that jackass.
Agreed. Yeah, it's insane. It makes no sense.
I don't know what he's got on him. I don't know what kind of blackmail. I don't know what kind of P. Diddy shit they got going on.
I don't know.
Don't want to know.
Right.
I just want them all in jail. The whole state needs to be wiped of the police.
You think there's a bunch of McAlbert?
Of their DA?
You think McAlbert freak-offs happen? You think that's going on?
Well, the way they were playing grab ass, I mean, come on, the two Bryans playing the grab ass. And don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. I have no opinion about being gay. If you're gay, that's fine. That's on you.
Not there's anything wrong with
if
that.
I'm in a, if I'm in a foxhole and the chick next to me is into me, I know she's going to be doubly guarding my ass. We may not make out, but I know she's going to be doubly guarding my ass.
That's an interesting perspective. Okay.
That's what the joke was when I was active duty. It's like one of those. I don't care if someone's gay.
Right.
Dating rules still apply, no matter what.
Right.
So it's one of those. I have no problem.
Right.
2 gay guys, 2 gay women. If you're bi, you're getting lucky at the end of the night, no matter what's left over.
Right.
That's how I saw it.
Right.
And it's not making fun of them. It's one of those. They have more options. To each their own.
Hold on a
But
second.
the
I
way
got
those two are
to
playing-
address something. Hold on one second.
Okay.
No, I get it, Ashley Lauren. I was just being silly. I get it. You were just trying to be helpful. I appreciate it. I do. Thank you. No problem. No problem. No problem. It's all good.
Fine.
It's all good. Go ahead. I'm
Sorry
sorry.
for the cussing, everybody.
No.
But I'm just,
No.
I'm just
That was
that
a
pissed.
separate issue. Separate issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just so. The more we go further into this, I mean, I started this, and it's one of those. I hear that she ran over her boyfriend, and they have it on tape. Well, that's a no-brainer.
Where's
And
the
then I
tape?
run across. I can't remember who.
Where's the tape?
Well, I mean, it's one of those. I just wasn't thinking. I'm in Illinois, so it's one of those. And this, not to sound crass, but it's one of those. Nothing I can do for her.
Right.
They got it on tape, right? That's what they said.
Right. That's how
So then
I dismissed
I'm on YouTube.
I dismissed the shit immediately. I had no interest in covering this case.
And
None
it's-
at all. To
And
me,
it's
it
just
was
one of
cut and
those.
dry.
There's nothing. There's absolutely zero I could have done for that poor woman, for Karen. But then I'm on YouTube and I run across. I don't even know whose page it was, but it showed his arm, and I'm like, well, he didn't fucking get hit by a car. That was a dog bite.
Yeah, I was on a panel.
I've seen enough.
I started talking about this because I was on a panel with 2 creators named Deets on the Streets and Chasing. And they were following the case. And they started talking about it. And the way one of them described it, they were like, you cannot. Oh, what's up, Scott Hammerschmidt? What's up? And thank you for gifting 5 memberships, Patty Paralegal. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Patty.
That person was saying, you can't listen to the news on this case. You can't just read an article and get. You have to actually do a deep dive into the documents and shit like that. So I was like, you know what? Fuck yeah. I'll I got a hold of Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet, and I was like, all right, I've got a fountain of information here. So I'm going to explore it live.
I cannot find her stuff. Is she just on Twitter or is she on YouTube as well?
She's on YouTube, but I don't think she does a lot on YouTube. But
That's probably why I can't find
but
any
she's
stuff.
not she's not exclusively talking about this case. She talks a lot about the Delphi
Right.
case, I know too.
Yeah, but the only spreadsheets that I found that were like creator made was from Truth and Transparency.
Oh,
And
yeah.
she has a really good spreadsheet from like all the times of that night. John's phone and the times he's moving and not moving. And tonight she had a really good theory that actually may work better for the defense if they use it. Because you got 15 people saying
You're not gonna
"Yeah,
like
it came in the house."
hey, you're not gonna like what I'm about to say, but I don't
What?
give a shit what Truth and Transparency ever says. I hold no investment into anything that she says. And I made this decision a long time ago, trust me.
But it's from the extractions. I mean, she's not making this stuff up. I had to watch the
I
trial.
just don't listen to her.
I'm sorry.
I just don't.
I apologize.
No, you're fine.
I retract it all.
But yeah. But
No, but
I
this-
do
this is
agree
one
with
of
you.
those-
I do agree with you about how you feel about how these people are exploiting the Constitution. They're doing the worst that you could possibly do in people in their position. 100%. I do agree with that.
They're gonna have to drop the case against Turloy. They're gonna have to.
They have to. At this point, for sure.
They're not going to want to let the defense drag his ass up on the stand. And then either he's going to be honest and wreck everybody, or he's going to perjure himself in front of everybody. And I don't trust the media either.
Right.
More people are going to the internet because they know that I don't even have cable anymore. I got tired of it. There's nothing to watch. The news is full of fucking lies.
Yeah,
I
agreed.
go through YouTube and see what's new.
Or a gross lack of vital information. You know, if it's not just a blatant
Who's that
fucking
twat?
lie.
That twat Julie. Is she on court or law and crime?
Julie Grant?
Not Julie Grant, I don't think.
Julie
Isn't it Julie
Carpenter?
Grant? She does the damn hostess for Law and Crime or Court TV. I don't remember which one.
Julie Grant works for Court TV, and she's a twat.
That's the twat I'm talking about. She's a twat.
Yeah.
She's so flippant, and it's one of those, I just read the same documents you're saying you read, and there's only one way to interpret each word in the damn dictionary. So how you are so far on the wrong side of that is beyond me.
Right. Yeah. I
she's
mean,
so flippant.
She's got paid mouthpiece written all over her. I don't know if it's a fact, but she sure acts like it.
And it's one of those, just because someone's been charged does not mean they're guilty. Cops make mistakes every damn day.
Right. Yeah.
They got to harass a little guy who can't fight back, but yet none of them have caught a mass shooter yet. Not one has stopped one from happening. But there's tons of video of cops harassing and beating the shit out of Joe Schmo out there who gave him lip and attitude. I'm so sorry your feces were hurt.
I mean, I think they have caught mass shooters in the past.
Before they did the shooting?
Well, no. I mean...
Yeah, see?
No. Well,
now see, that's nothing right there.
Well, what are you supposed to do though? That's a slippery slope right there, because
no, but the thing is, with all the videos that I've been
you can't
seeing,
arrest somebody for having
that's not what I'm saying. It's one of the what I'm saying is they spend more time going after bullshit, harassing the wrong people, than trying to find the right people and preventing any of this shit from happening.
Again, right. But again, that's a slippery slope, because you also can't violate the rights of a mass shooter, whether you like it or not. You can't. So you can't just arrest somebody because you suspect that they might be a mass shooter, that they have potential to be a mass shooter. It doesn't work that way. You know, you got to actually catch them planning it. And, it's, I mean, how do you do that? So you just got to be careful with that stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and take the next caller, and I want to thank you for your service. Thank you so much, and thanks for calling.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Next caller. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with her in the sense that, like, I mean, I get what she's saying in theory. Like, they're not applying police resources where they could be applying them, and they're arresting people for rubber ducky violations, whatever the fuck that is. So I get her point, but I can't stay on the phone with her all night. So. Hey, let's be careful with stuff like that. Let's be careful with stuff like that. We don't ever disrespect military here unless there's a real good reason to.
Call from.
Thanks for calling. Who am I speaking with? Oops.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi.
Hi.
Will? Is this Will?
It is.
Oh, okay.
something happened earlier. I called in and then it was like still ringing, and I thought, oh, it didn't go through. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to make a little comment about Yellow Cottage. What's his name? What is it again? Feldman?
Plevin.
Plevin.
Yeah.
Plevin, that's it. I've seen him, well, before too, many times, and his interactions with Turtle Boy, and I've watched him a few times, but I don't watch him that often because it makes me angry. But what I think about him, since he had to spend his whole show talking about Turtle Boy, it's like he is obsessed with him.
Yeah.
I think he, he's just obsessed. Why else
Well,
would
they
he
all
do that?
are. They all are.
I think he's jealous of him as well.
Well, clearly.
Clearly jealous. He's obsessed. And because I thought I heard somewhere, I could be wrong, you could correct me. I thought in the beginning, when he first started his show, that he was a Karen Reed supporter and that he had changed somewhere, down the road. I think that's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not.
That
And,
the word is that he was a Turtle Boy supporter, and then when Turtle Boy called him a fence sitter, he went full on Karen Reed is guilty narrative, and got pissy and lashed out at Turtle Boy, and that's why he did that.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you a question too. It's something that I heard today, and I don't want to say where, but I heard it on another a podcast, and I don't want to, and it's just a rumor. I'm sure it's a rumor, but I wanted to ask you because I know that you have all the connections and you have a lot of insight. I heard that that Karen Reed will not be going to trial, that the FBI are coming in, and that it's not going to happen. They're just, lining everything up.
I don't see. That's the thing is, I don't know. I speculate a lot as to what the FBI or what Josh Levy's doing, but I don't presume to know because I'm not the U.S. attorney and I'm not an FBI agent. I don't know.
No, yeah.
But
I just was wondering if you had heard anything about that, because I was thinking.
Well, we're never gonna know. Like if the FBI are doing their job properly, we're not gonna know what their moves are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
So right now we're seeing things that are impossible to ignore, and I have to assume that they're building a case, and it takes a long time to build a case because people tend
Because
to
I had
forget.
someone say to me, "Oh, well, if they have all this, why don't they just go in now?" And I had said, "Well, it takes time." I said, "This is bigger than Karen Reed." I said, "There's so much corruption, and I know they're not connected, but they're intertwined. The Sandra Birchmore and the young man, the cadet. What was his name?
Ashley
First
Lauren,
cadet.
welcome to the Hoity Glady. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
And I said, they seem like they're all intertwined. I know it's not right in the same county, but they're very close to each other with all these different tragedies that have happened, have been uncovered. And I thought, in a way, they're probably all connected.
Yeah. I mean, they could be. I need more information on Enrique Delgado Garcia's case before.
And then I also,
before I
And then
start
I
intertwining
also
it
heard-
too much. I mean, right now I'm
Yes.
finding it to be more than a coincidence, but I don't have information enough to feel that way necessarily. I'm just entertaining the idea. I've said it before. I'm going to keep saying it until more information comes out. Right now, I don't feel like I'm not saying justice for Enrique just yet. I'm saying answers for Enrique.
Yeah.
I want answers. So, because
That was such a
the stuff that's
tragedy what
happening is
happened to that young man.
the circumstances don't add up. So,
They certainly don't.
but I want to know before I start, tying it
Oh, yeah.
all together.
Yeah,
You know
oh,
what I mean?
of
I need more
course.
information.
But I'm saying that, and then Sandra Birchmore, Carolyn Reed, and it's all like they're all close together, the counties.
Right.
And then it's like, well, but I'm just saying, like with the Sandra Birchmore and Karen Reed, like some of the same players, taking evidence and all, and check and what was his name? It starts with a G. I can't think of his name right now. The one that did the phone searches.
Guarino.
Like he's the one that he went through Karen Reed's phone. He also went through Sandra's phone.
And he went
and
through
then on Sandra's
he
phone,
went through Jen McCabe's phone, and he went through fake victim's phone. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and then he doesn't find anything like on Sandra Birchmore's, and there were 32,000 calls he missed. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
So,
It's a
but
big
anyway,
crunch.
I watch you all the time. You do a great job, and you're very entertaining.
Thank you.
And I'm going to continue watching.
Right on. Thank you. I really appreciate you calling.
Thank you so much, Will, and you have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. Closing the phone lines now. I appreciate you guys so much. Oh my gosh. I had a feeling this was going to be fun, and it was. It was. So yeah, man. I had an excellent time with you guys tonight, as always. Again, this Phelps dude, I'm gonna hold my opinion on him until the actual podcast comes out. And Turtle Boy is saying the same thing, in his own way. He's saying he's had good conversations with the guy. He was just extremely bland and pretty generic in his appearance on his channel last night. And I get that. Welcome to Logic, or member for 9 months in Logic, Curta K. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for what you do. So, and Microdots says that they had a great conversation. And I honestly feel better knowing that he spoke to people from the other side as well. Hopefully he sticks to his word, and he sticks to all the facts, and he states all the facts, and allows people to form their own opinion. I think that's all I ask. Present a fair presentation of all the facts. Present a fair presentation of all the facts. And let people decide. But Turtle Boy was right. I completely agree with him. The dumbest fucking people in the world are people who think Karen Reed is guilty at this point. I completely agree with that statement. So and I don't mind saying it. So yeah. And a big shout out tonight to Burden of Proof. Burden of Proof, I really appreciate you helping me out with that troll. I don't like other creators to handle stuff like that in my chat. I only give them wrenches so that if they say something insightful, because they're likely prone to say something insightful, and I can highlight it, I can catch it, so it can highlight it. That's usually why I will give other creators a wrench, or if I happen to have a whole lot of people in the chat and I have to slow the chat down, I don't want them to have to wait to share their insight into the chat. So That's why I give creators that I respect and like, to a certain degree, wrenches. So and I appreciate the offer, Ashley, for wanting to help out. I was just kidding when I was just in a silly mood at that moment and just trying to, make everyone laugh. But I do appreciate the offer to help. You were seeing something and you wanted to help in any way you could, and I appreciate that. And a big shout out to Turtle Boy and Mazza Media for being in here in the chat tonight, and Microdots, and Turtle Boy adding his perspective to what was going on and what we were reviewing. I found that to be very valuable, so I'm really grateful to him. As always, I'm always grateful to Mazza and Microdots and Turtle Boy for their insight in the chat and all the conversations that we've had. I love that. I think that's it for me, folks. I am exhausted. I keep trying to binge. I just don't know if binging's in it. I don't have it in me anymore. I don't think. I can't fucking sit still to binge something. So, but I'm gonna try to watch some more of that Menendez thing on Netflix because it's pretty wild. It's pretty entertaining. Like there's like a comedic element to it, which is, I can appreciate that. If you could pull off adding a comedic element to such a fucking dark subject, I can appreciate that. And so that this series seems to and I'm really interested in seeing where it's going to go. So, man, you guys are amazing. All you guys, thank you guys for, and make sure to subscribe to Burden of Proof too. Burden of Proof has a great channel. She is extremely thorough, extremely informative, extremely unbiased. She is just fantastic at what she does. And it blows my mind that she is not at a shit ton of subscribers. And that her chat doesn't just fucking flood every time she's live. It's crazy to me. But, such is the mystery of YouTube and how it works. But anyways, guys, yeah, I can't wait to. Oh, look, he's already like giving me kisses. He already knows, he knows the vibe of when I'm ending this, and that's when he starts like giving me kisses. Like, Dad, I'm ready to go to bed. Let's go. You ready to go to bed? You want to say bye? Come here. He's like, nope. He's like, nope. So yeah. Clover's ready for bed. All right, baby boy. All right, guys. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you're new subscribers, I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for all your support. And please, if you haven't hit the like yet, please hit the like on your way out. I love that I could just fucking just get a wild hair up my ass and then come hang out with you guys. And it always turns out fun. You guys are fantastic. So therefore, people, sad, but we are ending this. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.